Man. Where y'all at? Come on now. Hello. 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 What up, ground fog? What up, ground fog? What's going on, man? What up, ground fog? Oh. What's going on? Damn, Justin and Louie told me to go live, and they're lagging. The streamer's on the wall. What streamer? What up, old son? The only thing we talk about in this channel is knives and leatherwork. Oh, the streamers. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's all the streamers that I tied for my fly fishing. What NASCAR team? Wasted 600 in 1 hour, huh? What up, Mustumbo? Justin asked me to go live. Here I am, but he's lagging for some reason. Where do these people come from? A cow. Holy cow. Wow. Hey, I'm going to rename my Facebook page or my YouTube channel. Holy cow. Harry Carey is in the house. Hello, Barber. Okay. I would never own a Glock. Don't tell me to quit fucking smoking either. I had an S&W M&P 40. I traded it. Smoking a blunt. Boy, where are my moderators? They both told me to go live and they're not here. I'm going to have to kick on their butts. Well, you better stop eating the food you eat, Barbara, because it's killing you faster than my cigarettes. Y'all being poisoned with the foods in the grocery store and just don't know it. Man makes it, it'll kill you. Just remember I said that. Okay, hey Kyle, what do you want to know about fishing? I'll be glad to answer them for you. Cheers in Canada. How's Trudeau treating you? What's up, Philip? How's it going, brother? I just noticed you're here. You have an old Sabre Barlow I need to clean up? You need to clean up? Are you going to clean it up or what? It's fun, ain't it? What region of the country I'm in? I'm by Chicago, Illinois. I'm actually south of the city, about an hour and a half. I live out in the country, the neck of the woods south of the city. I have 6 acres out in the middle of nowhere. And I have 170,000 acres of water to fish that surround me, and about 95,000 acres of land to hunt. It's harder for most people to catch fish in the wintertime, basically because they don't understand, like you and I, fish eat every day too. But their metabolism slows down when you're in the north of the frost belt, which is the middle region of Tennessee and up. When the waters get cooler, their metabolism goes down and they're harder to catch because they don't eat as often. Their metabolism's a lot lower. Therefore, there's certain periods of the day where they do eat and people just don't know it. And they don't figure them out when's the best times to catch these fish in colder water. But you can catch any fish any day based on your time zone and their metabolism. Once you figure out the times of the day that fish are eating, you can catch them every day like nothing. Flounder? Well, you're talking ocean fish. Most of the ocean water, especially in the Atlantic, stays at a constant 70.5 degrees or something like that. Unless a cold spell comes in, the inner waters will get cooler. But when the water's 70 plus degrees in the ocean, their metabolism's constant and it's not hard to catch them at all. Hello, Parnell. How's it going, bud? You must live out west, Bob, if you're catching just mostly trout. Or do you live up northwest? Sturgeon, that's far west. There's some northern waters here too, but not like they are in like say, Crown Point or the Columbia River. What up, Barlow? Nice shout out, brother. I appreciate it, man. How do you like that watch I gave you? I don't know if you wear wristwatches or not. I got 100 watches. For, I bought 100 watches from an antique store that was selling out. Wait till tomorrow. What's going on tomorrow, brother? People say fish aren't biting. Watch any tournament, somebody figures them out. Well, fish do bite, and they bite usually twice a day, not all day. When their metabolism is high, they'll feed, and you can create a reaction strike against any fish when their metabolism is higher to eat. They do it instinctively, but when it cools off, their metabolism gets really slow. They only eat a couple times a day, and you got to figure out them times of the day when they do eat, because everything eats every day to survive. Just people don't get that they need to become what they're actually going after, whether it's a deer or a fish. You got to become that fish. You got to become that deer. What any game animal you pursue, you got to be 1% smarter than them. In other words, a fish has a brain the size of a pea, right? And they have no rational thought, no rational reasoning or thinking process. They do everything based on genetics of survival. They're wired to survive. And 80% of the time when we catch bass, whether it's in warmer water or cooler water, it's all based around their instinct to survive. So if you put that bait in front of them, they're going to strike it whether they're full or they're not hungry. They'll still hit it out of reaction. So 80% of the game fish you catch is out of a reaction strike. So even in the cooler temperatures, when they have to eat at least twice a day to maintain their ability to stay alive, you can catch them even with a reaction strike if it's within close range, because they're not going to travel 4 or 5 feet to grab something when their metabolism is slow, as in the dead of summer when their metabolism is high. Then they will. But you can still make them react and bite. You just got to figure out that time, and they're less likely to bite when they're not really hungry then. But fish outsmart humans because humans don't know how to become or deer outsmart humans because people don't know how to become that deer or that fish. You just got to be 1% smarter than them, understand their nature, understand what you pursue and how they react and how they eat and their feeding patterns. Once you figure out their feeding patterns of any game animal that you chase, you can catch them consistently day in and day out. There's an old saying, only 10% of people catch 90% of the fish, and then 90% of the people only catch 10% of the fish. And that's the reason why. There's Justin. Took you a while, bud. Again, if I work on a knife right now, I'll wake up my wife, and it's not going to happen. Now, let me ask Barlow Jim this. I want to start your knife here. I almost started it today. You want a push dagger where it fits in your palm? Or do you want a regular handle on that dagger? Because I can make the handle just longer than the palm of your hand. Or if you want a push dagger, I'm going to modify it so it goes through here and into your palm like a push dagger. What do you want, a push dagger or you want a regular handle? Okay. So I'll do something really cool then with a regular handle. I got something in mind that's going to be mind-blowing. And I got that ebony here. Let me get the knife. See here, this is the only size of chunk of ebony that I got. Right? It's not really long enough to go past the hand. All right. Beautiful piece of ebony. So, and then I'll cut this in half and it'll make both sides. But what I have in mind is maybe do this is rosewood and a brass pommel on the back and maybe a brass pommel on the front. That'll give me plenty of handle. Maybe I want to maybe cut this in half and put it brass here. Cut this in half and put a piece on each side of the ebony. Brass and brass. A regular handle. When you're saying a regular handle, do you want a handle that's straight? Or do you want one that hourglasses and comes through like maybe like a buck 119 pommel, little curves in the back? What's the best bait for bass, spring, and what's the best colors? Well, James, there's all kinds of options. You know what I mean? I'll tell you what, Jim. Why don't you draw a sketch of a handle that you have in mind and email it to me, and then I'll replicate that handle style. You want a curved pommel in the back? You want it straight? Just draw out a little picture. You can even take a knife that you have that has a handle on it that you like and just trace around it. Hey, I want a handle like this. Okay. So the bass, I was saying here though, it all depends on the hatch. I mean, you ever hear the sayings, match the hatch? You want to match the hatch of the waters you fish. Fish feed on different species of other fish. All right, you're live. Why don't my computer show anything? Okay, for some reason I was showing I was still live here, but not on my computer like your guys'. I don't understand that. Sorry about that, but I was saying, yeah, you got to match your hatch. So in the springtime, obviously the water's colder and you got to slow down your presentations. Okay, what are they feeding on in that time of year? Well, you can go into just about any bait shop you may live around, and a lot of them are knowledgeable about what your choices are. And to pay attention to what's sold the most throughout the year in your bait shop. Whatever flies off the shelf, well, that's what people are using. But yeah, I mean, in the spring, I like to use, in the cooler temps, I like to use jigs. You know what I mean? Slower presentation baits, not crank baits and not fast spinner baits. You can take spinner baits and slow roll them on the bottom. You can jig them like a jig, move them much slower. You don't have to have a straight presentation on a spinner bait. In the spring, one of the best baits you can throw or chuck would be a jerk bait. You know, especially a suspending jerk bait. You can make it suspend and stay there and twitch it. You know, you can wait up to 10 to 15 seconds before you move it again. Slow presentation baits, jigs, jerk baits, spinner baits, slow roll them on the bottom, you know, pop them up off the bottom, pop them up off the bottom, you know, there's all kinds of things. So let me see the questions here again. I'm going back on the comments here. Regular handle. Okay, I'm catching up, guys, with the comments here. Yep, I just do what I do. I mean, this ain't a scheduled live, but I'm gonna start doing scheduled lives twice a week, to where I'll be making something or another, and then Sunday's the giveaway. So once during the week, I'm gonna be doing something live. Like summer's here, I got the forges going outside. I'll be showing you how I pound steel and anneal and heat treat metals and all kinds of good things coming. I'm not gone. I'm here. Okay. I've had repeating on it. Found, he's back. You're back. Okay, you're back. G-Man, the pro bass fisherman. Well, I am a semi-professional fisherman. I fished in the back of the boat as a co-angler with a lot of the professionals, and I have a lot of friends that are professional anglers. And Claude Williams is one of them. Claude Williams, that you see here in my feeds, he's a retired FLW pro angler. He's fished with them all. As a boater, he fished with them. I fished in the back seat as a co-angler, they call it. And if you look at the links in my description, you'll see that I have elite custom lures, and I still make a few here and there, and I still make some for some of the professional anglers that want them. But I was known across the country for for balsa crankbaits. That's my thing. And I had a partner that did all the metal baits, from like jigs to spinner baits. And my work and his work has been featured in Fisherman magazine, and you can see the pictures of it in my playlist. In the playlist, you'll see my other pages, Facebook pages, Elite Customs being one of them. You'll see the work that I did. You'll see my lures that were posted in Fisherman magazine and Bassin magazine. That used to be my pastime hobby. I just got out of it because it became too cutthroat, and I tried to get pro anglers to hold up my lures in tournaments, and it just never happened. And obviously, they didn't want to make any money out of me, so I just gave it up. I used to do a lot of net fish in the river. Cool. But to your answer too, Justin, G-Man, the pro bass fisherman, I am at the professional caliber of bass fishing. In fact, I'm a multi-species angler. I grew up on the Kankakee River here in Illinois, and walleyes and bass are my forte when it comes to catching fish. I can catch bass or walleye any time of the year at will. I don't. I know when they feed, when they don't feed. I know what baits to throw. All 4 seasons, what they're going after. I can catch them at any level. Hola, ¿cómo está, mi amigo? So, and as far as pro bass fisherman, like I said, I'm considered a semi-pro, and when I show up at the Forest Wood Cup or the BASS Bassmasters Classic, all the anglers know me by my name, my first name, Gordon, or G-Man, and they know who I am. There's a couple dozen of them that have my balsa crankbaits, and they still throw them today. Yeah, I mean, this what a God almighty, this Master Lee. What kind of question was that? Thanks, Justin. What do you mean you see I'm a grinder? What do I grind? I grind knives. I absolutely love the noose. You go deep up into it for bass fishing, where all the cypress trees are. Oh man, me and Claude tear them up, Philip. And then right there at the bridge, just before the ocean, on the noose, bull rods, baby. 11 weight fly rod and reel popping them fucking corks. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I'm telling you what, catch a bull rod on an 11 weight rod. Woo! It's better than catching any smallmouth on a spinning cast. Never fished Pickwick Lake. Nope. A lot of the guys in the tour did. There are a lot of guys doing the pro bass circuits on both sides. I never got there. I wasn't fortunate enough to. Damn good lake, Pickwick. You live on the noose? You're right by it, ain't you? You're like probably a few blocks from it. We use the ramp over there where the airplane is, the naval airplane. That's the naval jet. That's being displayed as you can't remember. Was that 25 that comes in there? And you see the jet there on a big stand. That ramp there is the one me and Claude use all the time. Bait caster is better for what? For catching fish? I would totally disagree with you. Well, for tournament fishing, that's all you're going to be using. But a bait caster doesn't even compare to a fly rod and reel when it comes to catching fish. Fly fishing really teaches you how to handle the fish. And if you get good at fly fishing and handle them with a fly rod, you'll lose a lot less fish with a bait caster or a spin cast. And like I said, you catch typical bait casting rods, flipping rod can be over 7 feet. A jigging rod can be under 7 feet. And, you know, they're awesome. They're awesome setups. But you got a 9 foot rod, and when you catch a 1 pound bass on a fly rod versus a 4 pound bass on a bait caster, big difference. You don't feel half the action and half of the thrill isn't there on a bait casting rod and reel as it is with a fly rod. Once you catch a 1 pound bass on a 9 foot rod, with 6 pound test, you're hooked for life. There's no comparison from fly fishing to traditional fishing. Not traditional, but conventional, I should say. 34-inch carp and a 5 weight. Now the ground fog, you know how awesome that is. I love going after carp on the fly rod. I got some imitation crawfish that I make. When they come up in the spring, they just nail them. And oh man, the fight is on. I'm from the salmon, capital of the world. That would probably be out west in the North Platte River. Or would that be up near Wisconsin somewhere? I know there's a great spot for that up there. Or the Columbia River in Washington. I was answering Rangy Girl's question, Justin, and you deleted it. Why? It was an honest question. Because you want to talk all knives. We'll get back into knives here. I didn't feel like talking about Mexicans when I was in the other group all night long. And I love Mexicans. My best friend's a Mexican. Abel Garcia, baby. Just he wasn't talking about knives that much. I fly fished a couple times in the mountains. I wasn't familiar with the water, so I didn't do as well as I do here at home. It, and it can be exciting, man. I mean, there's spots in the mountains. Huh. Well, this page ain't about music, Alex. My, if you want me to check out your music, then you send it to my email that's linked in the description. I'll be glad to watch it. Are you asking me where do I fish in Wisconsin or ground fog or somebody else? Because I don't fly fish for anything in Wisconsin. I should. What Parnell say? Oh, okay. I bet it was fun. So what I do? What did Justin get off because I wasn't talking about knives or what? You still heard Justin? Sorry, man. Yeah, we need to get off the fishing topic and get back to the knives. Are you here still, Barlow Jim? Email me a picture of a knife handle that you like, because I want to make it the way you want it, not the way I think it should be. I mean, a double-edged blade like this. Personally, I would want to. But if you're comfortable with the edge on both sides and want a handle on it, that's no problem. And make it the way you want it. Charlie Cook, are you asking me if I know a James Smith? Who's that? Out of soda. I'll go up and get some of my ginger tea here in a bit. And I ran out of caffeinated coffee. I was hoping I'd get my Deep South package in the mail today, and didn't. I gotta turn this around. Oh, yeah, professional angler James Smith from Joliet. He lives 15 minutes from me. Deep South coffee. I got some Deep South coffee coming. My third bag. I love it. If y'all like a great dark roast coffee, man, I tell you what, I've been drinking coffee for years, and that dark roast from Deep South is really great. Check them out. Do you know him, Parnell? Or Charlie? Do you know James Smith? Do I stroke my knives after sharpening? Of course I do. Most people should stroke them, and stroke them after you use them. If you continue to stroke your knives after every use, they'll stay sharp twice as long. That's your uncle-in-law? So you got relatives in Joliet area, huh? Yeah, Joliet's only 15 minutes from me. Off old Route 66 and I-55. 15 minutes, I'm in Joliet. Ask him if he knows me, Charlie. I bet he does. Hey, say, hey, you know Gordon G-Man Holman? The guy that makes crankbaits? He'd be like, oh yeah, I know who he is. All the guys at Bedford Sales know who I am too. I got that same Deep South Cutlery hat I won from them. Yeah, I didn't win mine. I bought it because I wanted it. I bought that in a buck hat. That one's upstairs. Parnell, what now? G-Man, do you stop your knife? Oh, okay. Yeah, you do too, huh? Yeah, I mean, anybody that's serious about knives and use it more as a tool than collecting, or does both, knows you got to stroke your knives after you use it. That's all. I keep one available at all times. I've got this microfine honing compound that I use. It's, you know, your typical jeweler's compound. But this one's called Formax Microfine Honing Compound for polishing. It's very fine. You know, and I put it on a stroke. I probably only put this on maybe once a month, and I stroke like a dozen or 2 times a month. And this is what stroping is about. When you sharpen a knife, say even up to 4,000 grit, you're still going to have a slight burr. And this is finer than that. You know, stroping is really fine. And it really gets them right where you want them. This is Big Jim's dagger. So Justin, the knife monkey, he must have got mad at me and went off. Or he's pounding leather again. He's like that. He's temperamental, man. He get mad at me all the time. That's all. And, you know, I just got a basic stroke. You don't need nothing fancy. If you all want me to make you one, just email me and I'll make you one. Go, Pat, go. Really, this thing was never sharpened before in its factory. Oh, look at that. Terrible. I'm going to have to sharpen this before I send it back to Big Jim. Let's see how much sharper my Gonzo is. Oh. Some companies know how to make a knife, right? Oop. I tell you what, folks, these Gonzos, Big Jim just did a review on his that I told him about him. He went and bought one. and watch his video. He couldn't believe they were sharp as I told him they were, and then he went and got one and found out. And these are made for 440C, the highest grade of 440. $14.85. Sharper than any knife that I've ever gotten out of the box from an American manufacturer. Case knives, any of them, and I mean any brand new case knife you buy, is half as sharp as this out of the box. Go Pack, go, huh? Yeah, wait till this year, brother. We play the Packers. They're going to lose both games. They should have lost both games last year. But they're going to get an ass whooping this year. Yeah, they do, man. I got 3 of them. And each one of them, I mean, they cut. Here's my other 2. Love 'em. Man, this one ain't just, that one ain't that sharp. I've kind of used these already, so, and I never sharpen. Love these knives, man. Now, Gonzo does make a premium steel knife out of S35 VN. And they're not $14.50 like this one. They're $230. Good night. Yeah, get one of the 2 Spyderco clones that they sell Parnell, and I'm telling you what. Tell me how sharp it is when you get it. And like I say, 440C, that's, you know, in the lineup of half a buck knives, right? 440C or 428C. Not including their new powder metallurgy knives that they sell. I'll talk about anything except love, politics, and religion. I hear you there. Yeah, it's too controversial, man. You know, you just gotta leave it alone. Big old hankering chunk of brass here. I got some big ones too. Big chunks of brass. Pretty good, Paul. How you doing, bud? Good night, Don. Nothing we didn't do in Iraq? What do you mean, in the military or what? That's cool, Paul. Loving life, loving my knives. The Deep South says, great knives, great times. Oh gosh. It took me a while, lonely, to get a garage with everything. This is a 3-car garage down here. But I didn't have none of this 20 years ago. I actually built this 21 years ago, or 19 years ago. And once I met the woman I wanted to finally decide to tie the knot with and get married the rest of my life, I quit everything, drugs, alcohol, dedicated all my time and my efforts to her and having things finally in my life. Because when I drank all the time, did drugs, I spent it all on it, rock concerts and all the other bullshit. Once I decided to slow her down and enjoy my life with a woman and marry her, I couldn't believe how much I accumulated even in the first 5 years. And then I never spent a day without her, and you won't believe what you accumulate in 20 years. Unless you're still on the bar stool like a barfly and pissing your money away. I've been making knives on and on for almost 20 years. I never really got serious about it until about 10 years ago. They didn't really have none of this, when I started. Nobody really knew to go on YouTube and learn about knives and talk about knives. What do I have in the workshop? What do I actually do? I make knives. I make leather goods. I also do upholstery work. I do custom Harley seats for a lot of guys and vintage cars. I just finished up a 56 Chevy Bel Air, and I got a Dodge Coronet seat I'm doing right now too. And I do all this in the winter, and then in the summer I do what I retired from on my own though now. I build decks, patio decks. Good money, fast money. I reupholster cars, lonely verse. And I only take that on in the wintertime. I don't do any upholstery work in the summer months. As soon as it gets cold here and the snow starts flying, I'm in the shop doing upholstery work. I will. First, I wanted to show them this. This is one of my neck knives. I love wearing neck knives. This is a custom one, hybrid holster, kydex and leather. This is my little box cutter, you'd call it. I pounded this one out of steel with a pound finish on top, and I put leopard wood on the handles. It's kind of like a CRKT minimalist, but my own kind of design on the back, just one finger choil. Works wonderful. I love a good neck knife. I even got a neck knife here where I actually bought this knife. I thought it was so cool. Nice little flipping knife. So I made a kydex sheath for it. See that? It came open when I took it out. This is CJRB. Little guy. Another box cutter. Arizona, I think Justin got mad at me and went off my life. So I made a Kodiak sheath for it because this indent, this thumb stud here grabs it, the Kodak's really well. Yeah, it's a cool knife. And Justin wanted to see the pocket drop, or Louis. This is my pocket drop. It's going to be available here soon. As soon as I get the money up to where I can pay this fellow to send me 100 blanks cut out, I'm going to have another guy cut out all the blades for me. I got to get a big inventory going finally, and I want to offer one knife that everybody can have as a pocket drop that goes in your front pocket with an ulti-clip. And I designed it the same shape as a side buster like case, but a fixed blade. Because one of my favorite case knives is the side buster. And I wanted one that was fixed, real slim, that I could put in my front pocket, not even know it's there. So this will be available soon to the public. Probably beginning of the summer. And it just works wonderful. And this one here, and another one I'm doing for Louis, and then I got two for the Knife Monkey, Justin. But I dropped this. I'm not going to no longer have this style of sheath. They're going to be shaped like this, basically the shape of the knife. And I also going to have a fellow that's gonna, instead of me, I powder coated this handle here, but I'm gonna have a fellow put get a coat him for me, Cerakote finish, and he's gonna Cerakote them to match the sheaths. Whatever sheath you got, I'm gonna have the whole knife, the blade, the handle, and everything. And if people want these for more than, $125 that I sell them for, you want scales and liners and a little bit. I want to keep them slim still, but I'm not going to put thick scales on them for anybody. And I just might offer them in 3 different types of Kodaks. 3 different colors of Kodaks. I like the denim Kodaks. Oh yeah, I've got a badass fighting knife, and I can fight with knives. That's why I designed and made one. Here's the CRKT minimalist, right? Everybody's got one of these. But you can see my knife here. What did I just do with that son of a gun? The way I designed the handle, I eliminated this. Well, Cal, I grew up part of my childhood in Florida, but you know what? I don't care if there's a concealed carry or not here. I still carry it. I carry my pistol wherever I go, whenever I want. Nobody even knows I got it, and they won't unless they fuck with me. But yeah, so I like a neck knife. Here's one that I made. Where the hell it go? I just had it here. Here it is. This is old school here from France. You get these knives in these slips, you know, the Opinels from France, right? These custom-made, high-dollar French knives. The Opinels. Now, in France, I replicated a neck sheath that they actually wear there, right here, right? So, I made a sheath for it. Oh, no, this is for, I'm sorry, this ain't. I made this, even in France, you know, the Opinel. This one's the Laguiole. I made a sheath for the peasant knife from France. This is how a lot of the farmers carry this knife. And this is a replication of what they actually make over there. They actually use this, this is what you call sewing machine cord, you know. It's a pulley cord that goes around the wheel. And that's what they use over there. Then I do have one I made custom for my Opinel, or not my Opinel, but my Laguiole. Again, the leather sewing machine cord. And this is how they like to carry them over there. Opinel fits right in there. I designed this one. I carved the Opinel, or the Laguiole B on it, and the letters of the Laguiole. So they're big on the neck knives in France, especially the peasant knives from there that the farmers and the farm hands all use and stuff. Oh, Arizona, EDB, EDC. Take care, everyone. I have to get some sleep. All right, Phil. Sorry I missed you, but good night. Pernell, night, Phil. Laugh. No, yes, sir. Arizona, I wrote it down. I'll check it out. Dan, it looks really good. Thanks. You make beautiful sheaths also. Thanks, Paul. So yeah, I mean, same concept in France. They use the sewing machine cord to make a lot of their, you know, because this ain't considered really a peasant knife. You know, the Laguiole. It's more of a luxurious item over there for the people that are more well endowed, okay, in France. They buy the Laguioles. But the peasants were considered the working class over there. The working class to the working poor. They all have the Opinels in the bears, the old bears. Because they're inexpensive, you know. I mean, they can't afford to pay $200+ for a Laguiole when they can buy the knives in their budget of $10 to $12 there, the Opinel. What starts at 125, Louis? Oh, the pocket drop knives, yeah, 125. And them will start coming with the Cerakote finish, made out of 1084 steel. So they're tough, very tough. Just like any other high carbon steel knife that you'll use outdoors. Yeah, Paul, they're 125. And they'll come just like this. You know, if you want uh, just basic micarta, I don't do the holes. I just pin on basic micarta 125. If you want them Cerakote finished, 135. That guy roughly charges me about, so I'm not really making anything off the Cerakote. He charges me around $9 to Cerakote finish one of these knives. But I generally don't take them in until I get like a dozen at a time, where he, you know, he can make a little money, and but he don't mind doing one knife at a time for me. If I really need it in the bind, I can have you one made right away. You know, there's other companies that manufacture these, you know, but not this particular one. There's nobody with a, you know, with a sidebuster shaped pocket drop like this. Close, I'd assume, but you know, it's different, you know. And some of the companies that mass produce these, you can get them in the $75 range, you know. But again, you got to consider it's handmade. You know what I mean? Not the ones that I have cut out by the CNC, but I'm still heat treating them. I'm still putting them together. I'm still drilling the holes in them and putting the scales on them and hand making the sheaths for them. You know what I mean? If you want this 125 basic, if you want it, you know, with a leather sheath, then I got to go to like 155. Oh my God. Where's my moderators when you need them? Yeah. I mean, I've seen others too that make these pocket drops really great. And I can match just about any machine knife if I really want to. I mean, I can make a knife look like it was machined. You know, but they're pretty much all handmade, except for the ones that I'm going to be getting. They'll be cutting them out for me, but I still got to heat treat them and put them all together, and you know, it's still considered pretty much handmade, except for the steel itself. You know, and I see companies that sell these for 175. You know, but they got the, you know, corbel pins in them, and they, you know, you can interchange the scales. I might offer one of these with interchangeable scales. The guys can come to me and buy different kinds of scales for it too. And that's probably another option I'm going to go to, but that might be in $155 range. Yeah, you definitely want to get the Cerakote finish on these. You know, but you can spray Teflon on them, or you can just keep them lightly oiled, and that oil will get in the sheath and, you know, help you out a lot. But, you know, I mean, you're going to use a knife, come home and clean it with soap and water and put some oil on it, you know. Put some olive oil on it, whatever you got. But it's less hassle to have one that's Cerakote finished. You know, most outdoor knives that you get are Cerakote, DLC, or blued for them purposes. Uh-oh. Pollywog is back, y'all. The Adventures of Pollywog. He's got some great stories, man. At a thrift shop today, spent $10, got some gems. I bet you like. What do you got? I also trade knives for my work. You know, you got a great unused Remington bullet knife, you send it to me, you'll get one of these. No shipping included. I collect the bullets and the German knives. You got a mint with the box, bullet, Boker, or Bulldog knife. You send it to me, I'll send you one of these tricked out. So what did you get, Polywalk? Yeah. I like to keep this in this. Gets a little more air to it. I got this cheap gas station one here. I thought it was pretty cool though, man. I had to buy it, you know. What kind of knives you got, Polywog? Tell me about them, buddy. I just don't get it. And I'm still not live on my computer. Am I okay? Yeah, I can see myself now. I just don't get it. This computer just, it goes blank. And I'm like, what is going on here, man? We got good weather. I've been with Verizon for 17 years. I'm about ready to drop them. They keep jacking my prices on me, and no consideration that I've been a 15 plus years member, you know what I mean? Here's a Boker Design Magnum. This is pretty cool. I like this one too. Why do I got these funky knots in them? Let's hear about your knives, Polywalk. What you got, bud? Sorry, I see on my computer when it's what it does to you guys, but not on my cell phone. My cell phone looks fine. Yeah, we're going to look at T-Mobile today. When I get up, wife wants to go look. They got a plan where we can go both phones, 100. I think it's 110 a month, and then $35 Wi-Fi internet service. And right now I'm paying $85 a month for my Wi-Fi through Verizon. I got the Verizon business plan. I could drop that down and get rid of the business and drop it down to 60. But nah, Verizon's still $15 cheaper. And then I'm paying $185 for two cell phones right now. My cell phone, I'm probably paying $40 a month just for it, because it's a Z Fold, you know, when it folds open and closes. $1,600 phone that I'm paying off, and then my insurance plan on it. This one's a Boker here, and you just pull the clip. You pull it off the clip. Then you how does this thing work again? Oh, you just push the blade out, and it locks on itself up here. Then when you want to close it, you pull the lock thing apart, and it closes. Then it just pops back in the clip. And that clip's solid, man. It doesn't let go of this knife. It's a solid metal clip. What do you got, Polly? The Sharp Finger Old Timer is my new favorite child. The Rapala fillet knife is comfy. The Frost cutlery is nice and heavy. Yeah, I mean, Frost cutlery's at my buddy's store. I'm gonna go live in here. Gonna try to sell some for him. He's got all the older issues of Frost cutlery that don't even make anymore. They're discontinued and they're rare now. But as far as the Sharp Finger, I've got several in here. One's a China and a couple are American. I would say for hunting and fishing, that's probably my overall favorite knife for the outdoors. I carry that one probably more than any of them. And I make them and sell them. You see the Sharp Finger I got for sale in my last live video there, with the tiger maple handle on it, decorated. It's for sale there if you want to buy it. But And then what else you say? And the Rapala. I mean, J. Martini knives, you can't deny it. You know, I love my French knives. You know, Rapala, they're awesome. I have a Rapala J. Martini fillet knife here, the original with the beechwood handle in the original sheath from 1965, the year I was born. I have it here in a case. Cold steel trainer is fun playing with, practical with it now. Yeah, I love my cold steel knives too. A lot of knives I like. This is pretty cool, no less though. Made by Boker. It's solid. I'm getting a desk full of knives now. So now my logo's backwards. I went back to the front view of my camera. It's big. I can see it. Or the back view of my camera. Back camera view, I mean. Wonder if there's any way I can flip it. Can you flip this back camera to show it where the letters so you can read them? Now I need to make so many sheaths. Good things I've been watching, G-Man. Yeah, there's a lot out there. I've got plenty of Bali Song butterfly knives. I competed with them in national tournaments, in martial arts. I don't compete with them doing fancy tricks. I compete with them to fight with them. Of course I'm back. And you're back. Welcome back. You pounding leather, listening to me on a big TV or what? You got me filling your whole wall right now, SC Knife Monkey? So yeah, if you want a custom neck knife too, I make them. And you know what? I'm seriously considering, you know, selling these or just throwing in with these knives. I want to have a neck lanyard for you, and you can screw these off, of course. So you can have it as a neck knife too if you want it, right? So why wouldn't I? Most sell lanyards with them. So Justin and Louie, you'll be getting these with the neck lanyard. Sitting in your recliner, huh? You're not married either, are you? I mean, you're just a single man living in a house all by yourself. I know. I was just messing with you. One thing is I'm not smoking as much tonight. AR-15. I'd love to show you my AR-15 right now, boy. I'll send you a picture of it when we get off here. You'd love it. I got a 17-inch barrel on it, and it's a 300 subsonic AR, 300 blackout. That son of a bitch thing is devastating. You could compare it to an SKS at close range. It'll shoot through a half an inch of steel easily. We're in several relationships with all our knives, G-Man. Similar. Or several. Did your phone respell your word for you? Because mine does all the time. course I do. I have a silencer when I want to use it. Subsonic, it just goes. You don't even hear it. I have a couple of ARs with silencers on them. The 300 blackout, I don't really need it. I like I like to scare people with just the sound of the gun. You know what I mean? I got a fully modified, customized, not an AK-47, but the gun that the AK-47 replaced, the SKS, 7.62 by 39 round, devastating round. I mean, close range, it's a killing machine. And I have one fully modified too, as well, with a collapsible buttstock on it, and it's all hydro dipped. I changed the color on it completely. It's camoed. AK-9? Never heard of an AK-9. What is that? The new pistol by Russia? I want shoot through quarter inch, even 50 feet away. What's I want it want shoot through quarter inch, even 50 feet away? Well, your gun won't. Read all the damn comments. Buddy, I have a 300 blackout. It won't. It won't shoot through. Not won't. It won't shoot through no half-inch metal. Well, I got one that does. Well, it's not quite half inch. It's probably 3/8 metal. I'll show you the targets out there. I got 3/8 inch targets with holes blasted through them at about 30 yards. In fact, I'll do a video. I can't go live doing it, but I'll do a video and you'll see for yourself. I haven't bought an AR-15 yet. I want to get one, but hey, my SKS is fully modified. It's actually lighter than as light as its replacement. The AK, or not AR-15. I mean the AK-47. See, the AK-47 was the replacement rifle to the SKS because it was too heavy and bulky. So they came up with the AK-47. Shoots the same round, same devastation. The only bad thing about the AK-47 and the SKS with the 7.62 by 39 is it's a tumbling bullet, and it's only made for close range up to 200 to 300 yards. That's it. So it's a close quarters killing machine. I mean, 3 or 4 rounds will just totally destroy human flesh, a human carcass. But after about 200 yards, the bullets just tumble too much. They're not a long-range bullet. You know, as where an AR-15 is a long-range bullet. It can really actually get out and get you without tumbling. I got a 500-yard range right here in my yard. Most of the time when I pull my rifles out, it's just to shoot coyotes or annoying animals around here. I don't really target shoot that much. But, and I love to target shoot, you know. I got my own range here and I can do whatever I want out here, and I will. But I don't really pull my guns out that often. My neighbor, that's probably 1,000 yards from me, I can hear him shooting all the time. He loves it. Yeah, AR-15s are pretty light. Yeah, you could hit 1,000-yard targets with a 300 blackout easily. You're not going to do it consistently with an AK or a SKS. You'd be lucky to hit one at 1,000 yards. One. That's cool, Paul. It's nice to have your own little shooting range in your yard. And that's one reason why I've always lived in the country. I don't like living next to my neighbor where I can hear him fart in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, a lot of shooting, Paul, is all about practicality. Set them up for your comfortable range that you've practiced and trained with it for its purpose. Like, my AR-15, I got it set up for 125, 150 yards. I can easily set it to 1,000 if I want, but that's not practical because I only use it for hunting purposes or shooting wild game. And if I had to shoot humans, then, you know, it's set at that practical range for that. Same with my pistols. I got them set up for 20 yards max because most of your confrontations are less than 20 yards. In fact, they're between 5 and 10 yards. You know, and when I shoot with my pistols, it's more of an instinctive thing anyway. Like shoot my bows. I shoot my pistols instinctively. I come up on my draw every time, same anchor point. And I hit what I'm looking at. I don't even really have to look down the sights, just like my bow. And that's not that I'm better than anybody, and I'm not, because there's a lot of shooters out there way better than me. It's just, I've always learned to shoot instinctively, and the shotgun was one of them, and so was the bow. I grew up with shooting them both instinctively, and that's my preferred way of shooting is all. It's not that I'm better, it's just most people don't shoot that way. And once you learn to shoot instinctively, it becomes a motor reflex, and it's easy. It's easy. You don't need the sights. And like I said, either my rifles, my shotguns, or my pistols are all set up for practical use. If I was shooting in a competition with a long rifle, I would have, for say 500 to 1,000 yards, well, I'd have it set up for that. And that gun would be specifically designed and used and set up for that purpose. Well, 357 Magnum, if it's got like more than a 3-inch barrel, is not practical really to carry anywhere. I mean, even the Smith & Wesson 500, the most powerful hand pistol in the world. What's the practicality of that? You're better off carrying a 9mm. You get more bullets on target, and if you miss with 5 or 6 bullets that the 500 has, and this other fellow has a mag with 9 rounds of 9mm, he's going to get you. My cousin's one of the top trap shooters in the world, and he lives in Douglas, Wyoming. 2,000 birds straight. He's got every patch and every competition award up to 2,000 birds straight. Me, I don't really trap shoot. I don't really care for it. I got traps in a winger and in a little ground one you pull the spring out on. I don't really care for it, but I waterfowl hunt, and I love waterfowl hunting. Trap shooting would improve your game of waterfowl hunting, but I have no problems putting down birds when I shoot them. So it's what you like to do. You love to trap shoot. That's awesome. But I'm fortunate enough to have a cousin that's one of the top shooters in the world. He's got what's called a feint trigger on his, and he shoots I think it's a Browning over and under. He has a trigger on it called a feint trigger. When he shoots, he gets up on his lead, he pulls the trigger, and it doesn't fire until he lets go. So there's no jerking movement of pulling. It's all after the release. You come up, you get your lead on the target or on the pigeon by pulling the trigger. And once you're confident you're on the target, you release it and it fires. It's called a feint trigger. It's like $700 just for the trigger. Yeah, 9mm is much cheaper ammo, and it's the cops went from 9mm up to 45 for a while, and now they switched back from 45 back down to the 9mm. I've always been a person that says if you want to stop them, you got to whop them, but you're sacrificing rounds. And my 45 ACP with a 3-inch barrel, it'll shoot anything dead on target within 20 yards. But I'm limited to rounds. I'd have to quick switch the mags out on them. Whereas the cops, now they need more rounds. They can carry 15, 19 rounds now in the 9mm. And since it has a lot less recoil, you're going to put more rounds on target than you would with a 45 ACP, without a doubt, in a practical scenario. Never heard of what, Paul? Where in the hell is Tasmania? Is that in Africa? Well, most professional trap shooters shoot it either over and under or side by side. My cousin's got a Browning over and under that he shoots, and it's like a $7,000 gun. In competition, when he shot, was an over and under. Well, what's best really is what you love, what you're comfortable with. You can shoot competition bird shooting with a Remington 870 12 gauge pump if you wanted to. But that's and a lot of guys will use the Remington 870 Wingmaster for shooting birds. I still have my Wingmaster, and I got a Remington 870 Ultra Mag as well for my bird hunting. But it's what you're comfortable with. You know, it's all about your technique. More than the weapon itself and its reliability to get your comfort level on target. And there's nobody saying you can't use a 870 Remington Wingmaster for a competition shooting shotgun. It's up to you. But the majority of the guys, through the fad, will, like Louis said, shoot, or Justin said, we'll shoot either a single or a double over and under for competition bird shoot. That's what I'm talking about. Pro trap shooting. Professional trap shooters. My cousin's one of the best in the world. And he has always shot professional trap shooting with an over and under. Never with a single barrel. Maybe some of these new guys, he's been retired from it for like 20 years. Because he's the same age as me. In fact, he's a year older than me. But maybe today they're shooting single barrels and whatnot. Because when you're getting into the end of the birds, depends on what the tournament's about. What are they? What's the rules? What kind of guns can you use? How many birds are being flung out? Well, you don't want to shoot a single barrel if you're shooting in a competition that has 2 birds or 3 birds shot out. Clays, pigeons, I call them birds. Same thing, you know what I'm talking about. I know what they call the terminology. How many clays they shoot, how many pigeons. You know, it's all the same, really. Most professional tournaments are 1 pigeon at a, or I'm sorry, 1 clay at a time. Some are doubles. Some can be triples. It depends on where you're shooting at. Even at the professional level, they will shoot doubles. Oh, Parnell, don't say birds now. You better say clays or pigeons. I'm just messing with you, Justin. That's all. Don't get mad at me, but. Well, yeah, they do it in sporting clay and cleat in ski too. At the once again at the professional trap shooting clays, they do have doubles. It's not always singles. All right. I watched my cousin shoot before you were born, and it's probably changed since you were born. I haven't kept up with, you know, trap shooting in 30 years. Everything's probably changed. It's not always been single shooting. When I was following it, anyways. If it's changed now, okay, it's changed. So your answer's probably better than mine now on it because I don't do it anymore or follow anybody that does. And I wasn't really good at it. My most, because I instinctively shoot, my most is 100 pigeons straight. Or, I'm sorry, 100 clays straight. I recall my cousin shooting in several doubles. Take a wild guess, Harvey, if I hunt or not. Born and raised in the woods. Uh, I don't have a piece on the table because if I show you, YouTube will take me off here. In fact, I'll aim the camera a little way away from it. And I got another one hanging above my shoulder. But that's my Springfield XDS 45 ACP 3-inch barrel. And the one above my shoulder is the first pistol I ever shot in my life at the age of 11 or 12, somewhere around there. My father gifted it to me for Christmas a couple years ago when I was 59 or 58. It's a Ruger single 6 Western 22 pistol, long range. They don't make them anymore. They make the single 6, but not the single 6 Western. The difference is the single 6 Western has 3 clicks on the cock, where the new ones, single 6s, only have 2. Mine's a rare bird from 72. And the holster is that I made. fully decorated holster on both of them. This holster I made for it. That's what I carried on. And this one here I made a Western holster for it. The one hanging on the wall. Yeah, the old classic Colt. Yeah, they don't make them with the 3 clicks anymore. It's all double click. The old single 6. Some fixed blades that I showed a bit ago you've never seen. Thanks, highly educated. I enjoy my leather working, man. I'm trying to get you all hooked on it too as well. I think I got Justin with SC Knife Monkey hooked on it. Thanks, Paul. It's how they set them for shooting. The 3 clicks. The 3rd click would be furthest back. And it's a Western 6-shooter, so when it's in the holster, boom. You have less travel distance from the hammer to go into the pin. 1 click, 2 click, 3 click, right? So when you pull, boom. Yeah. Well, stick around, Parnell. You know, I do lots of it, so maybe one day I'll show you how to make a Western holster, or make a hand carved solo seat for a Harley, right? I have to go to the bathroom real quick, fellas. I'll be right back. Okay, Justin, what SC Knife Monkey, what fixed blades you want to see, bud? What exactly ones did you get, Pollywog? The sharp finger or whatever? Am I up in Kodiak, Alaska? You don't have to be in Alaska to have a knife company called Kodiak Edge, do you? Doesn't Case have a knife called the Kodiak fixed blade? They're not in Alaska. Just answer your question. I'm not trying to be rude or ignorant about it, but Yeah, that's Kodiak Edge is sharp as a bear claw. It's the name of my business, not where it's from. You know, there is Kodiak, Alaska, the town itself. I do have Kodiak Alaskan handmade knives. One specifically I love a lot. It's called the Ulu. That's well known in Alaska for skinning whales and walruses and seals. And Ulu's a great knife, man. You can even cut your pizza with it. I used to use it for cutting leather. Well, thanks, man. I've always loved the grizzly bear, you know, and the great outdoors my whole life. And, you know, the K-bar, that's named after the grizzly bear. Kabar. I, I, did I lose Justin? Knife Monkey again? He wanted me to talk about fixed blade knives, and now all of a sudden he's gone. He didn't go on another tangent, did you, Justin? Yeah, K-bar knife was created by Emerson and his brother Wallace Brown. The K-bar company was started by Emerson and Wallace Brown, and when it first started in the late 1800s, early 1900s, it was called the Union Cutlery Company, and they Union Razor Company, I believe. Or I got Union Razor Cutlery Company, and they made basically razors, shaving razors, right? So the sales were going bad, and they had a lot of ups and downs. So they decided to get into the sporting uh, knife market to make it. I'll tell you the rest of the story here in a second. So Emerson was really the chief designer behind K-bar knives in the Union Cutlery Company, Union Razor Company, before they became K-bar. So Emerson got to work designing the ultimate outdoor hunting knife, which was basically all the different features that were spun off of like the first of its kind, which was through Marble's Knife Company in northern Michigan. And so they designed with a full folder, just like the Marbles. They designed one with the stacked leather handles, just like Marbles. Now, Marbles is pretty much the father of the stacked leather handled knives, and also at the time, uh, uh, Randall Knives was doing the same thing, the stacked leather handles. So Emerson came up with this, you know, outdoor field knife, hunting survival knife, so the company could start getting out of the red, and they did. It boosted them a lot. Well, I think it was like 1942 or 45. I can't remember my dates. But okay, cool. So did I, Justin. I just went out and went to the bathroom too. Uh, Emerson decided to get busy on this, and it was a success. And it was called the Union Cutlery Field Knife at the time, before it was even called the K-bar. And I think they had like several different models, like 3 or 4 different models of, you know, sizes, of course, of this field knife, which became the K-bar. And I think it was after 45 or maybe even 49 when Emerson and Wallace Brown decided to call it the K-bar. And how they did it was this trapper from Alaska that couldn't really legitly write. It's hard to read his writing. Well, Wallace Brown read it out as Kabar instead of Kodiak Bear. And what I mean by this is this trapper was out, in the field on his trapping lines, and he came across a grizzly bear, and he drew his gun on him to protect himself, and he couldn't. So he had to depend on the field knife from the Union Cutlery Company to protect himself. And he pulled that knife out and supposedly killed the bear and lived. Now, this is just the tale that was told by even K-Bar all these years, not by the public, by K-Bar, from Emerson Wallace in the records. And the new owner of Cutco that owns K-Bar now, Cutco Company, his son took over the K-Bar company. The chief, executive of the company, and still tells the story today. He says this is kind of a long tale that was told by the Wallaces that owned K-Bar originally. So he read the letter as thanking them. He sent the letter in the hide of the bear to Emerson and Wallace Brown, thanking him for saving his life with their field knife. And Wallace again read the letter as Kabar. He couldn't understand that he was saying Kodiak Bear, and that rung a bell in Wallace's head. Kodiak Bear, Ka for Kodiak, Bar Bear. So that's how the name came about. And basically, Kodiak Bear was a symbol of the greatest bear species and the strongest and most powerful bear of them all, next to the polar bear, really, but in America, So he's like, hey, K-Bar, Kabar, K-Bar. So basically, the knife is named after the Kodiak Bear. And after the 40s, they ran with it and just, got the government contracts with them and just went all hog nuts on it until they went under. But Emerson and Wallace Brown, they're the son that owned the Union Cutlery Company in the late 1800s to the mid 1900s. They both lived a young age. I think Emerson died at the age of 45 or 46, and Wallace died at 43. And then Emerson's son took over the business until they went under. But their mother was a Case, Elizabeth Case. Russ Case's sister, one of the Case kids. So K-Bar, the Wallaces, the Browns, Emerson and Wallace Brown, their mother's a Case. So they're related. And somehow, I got to find out, but I think even the owner of Western Knives, they're related to the Cases as well. So a lot of these bladesmiths that came from Europe over here, we're all related at some point or another. Yeah, that's a cool story. In fact, you can find out everything about this story in a video in my playlist. If you click on my playlist, you'll see an option of famous companies and famous knife makers, and click on the list and look at all the videos under the list of the famous or untold stories or whatever of the famous makers. I got a lot of history in my playlist. If you want to go through all the playlists, there's probably a dozen or so videos in each playlist of different things about learning about knives, from steel to manufacturing to, I got all kinds of learning things on my page, on my channel. So what did you want to see again, Justin? Fixed blades with finger grooves? What, my neck knife I just showed? With finger grooves. What knives do I have with finger grooves? You talking about the neck ones I pulled out? The CRKT minimums? And the one I make, which is kind of a spin-off, but my own version of it with only one finger groove. Yeah, I mean, what kind of finger groove? Chimping, choil? I'll make you one, Polywog, if you like it. Whenever you're ready, bud, just email me. That's all you got to do if you want anything I make. Or if you got a knife design in your head, draw me something up, send it to me in an email, and I'll make it happen. If you got to design your own ultimate idea in your head, send it to me. I'll make it, and I won't run with it. I won't make a bunch of them to sell to people. Unless you want to collaborate with me. I could put your name on the knife. Yep, I think that's why we're all here. We all want too many knives. We're all addicted. Never enough. And you can never get enough. That's the bad thing. I can't even find simple things on my desk now. I got so many knives piled on it. I don't want one on your neck. One knife at a time. Let me get these, and I'm more than happy to get you one of these out. But like I said, I trade. I'm not looking at my comments on my phone. I'm looking at them on the PC. I want one on your neck. And then you said, before that, I want it. Yes, I want it. You're impatient, ain't you? You got to realize when you're live, like when I was watching you, I commented 5 times and it was the 5th comment that you commented on. So tit for tat, buddy. You know, I'm not going to read every comment because my shit comes across. By the time you put 2 comments up, I'm probably seeing the last one that you put up. Send you this one? What you got for it right now? You know what I like. All right, where in the hell is it? Hold on. Buried somewhere. Trying to find something. Oh my God. Where in the hell is it? I can't find my cigarette packer. A Civivi for this? You better throw a couple in there, bro. Ain't no Chinese knife gonna buy this. Just one. And really, I got enough Civivis. I want to start rolling on my German knives or my bullets. You come up with a nice mint bullet in a box out. It'd only take one bullet, mint in the box, or a bullet beat up, a couple bullets used. It takes Civivi about $15 to make one of them Civivi knives. It takes about $25 to make a Benchmade bug out or an Osborne. $25, $27 max. That's all it costs Benchmade to make them knives. And they're all machined and one after the other. And that's why handmade knives are more expensive than machine knives. I've seen some handmade knives today on a Texas knife show. Handmade knives from this range and up, starting at about $850 and up. I've seen some folders today sell for $2,500. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not really in a competition with Benchmade or Spyderco or what's the other overly rated priced knives, Microtech. You know, they obviously sell to the suckers that's got more money than brains and don't like a vast majority of craftsmanship like we do. You know, Benchmade is just way too overpriced. I mean, and that's why only them and Buck are the leaders in manufacturing and selling. But Buck's got way more models than Benchmade. But Benchmade makes more. I mean, in fact, they make enough money with 270 employees. Each one of them can, no, I think they got 220 employees, but each one of their employees a year could make $175,000 a year what they make. I think they make about 14.5 million a year, and Buck makes like 17 million only because Buck's got more models. Man, this is driving me nuts. I can't find my cigarette packer. Where the hell did I put it? Wow. This is terrible, y'all. What up, Claude? Thanks, buddy. I see you lurking. Pretty cool, ain't it? A Rough Rider with it? Send me 2 Rough Riders. And what was the first one? The Civivi? Definitely. So 2 Rough Riders valued that's about $40. And a Civivi is about 65, 70. There you go. You'll be close. That'll be close enough. Now, I gotta get something here. This is driving me nuts. Never find what you want until you're not looking for it. All right, be right back. This will probably work. Yep. I gotta use a damn soap stick to pack my cigarettes. Two Rough Riders, and I'll send it in the mail tomorrow. And a Civivi. What kind of Civivi? Can't be one that I already own. Yeah, I don't mind, trade my work. But I trade it for my time, of course, as you all would too. But it's like this is the only one I have that I own. But I can make another one tomorrow for myself. So I don't mind trading what I've already made. I don't know them names. It's green. Latches? What are we talking about? Good morning, by the way, Claude. Okay. I'll get this on the way to you then, if you're honest about it. Of course, I know you are. Well, what knife? What's the BB do you have? I mean, I know you are, Clark. People here look forward to talking to you, Claude. Like my shirt, Claude? Ain't that beautiful? Let me turn the camera around. Maybe it'll look better. Oh wait, first I got to do this. How's that? This thing backwards again? Oh, there it is. Now it's not backwards. I can't do that, King. I don't know you well enough, and I have enough moderators now. Thanks for the asking, though. All these young people in here wanting to be moderators of every channel they can come across. Your buddy from North Carolina was in here earlier. I'm sure you knew, Claude. Talking to me a bit. I think he went to bed. Man, it's 3:30 in the morning already. Holy shit. I'll go to 4 o'clock, I think. I'm like 300 watch hours away from monetization. I'm at 36.75 right now. Hello, North Korea. You're always in a good mood when you get knives in the mail. Oh, damn it. Why? Comments get deleted when you don't talk about why you're supposed to be here. You have no commonality with what the topic's about. Go find one that does. My Navy knives are magic too. Still have the one I carried in the Navy. Where are all these comments coming from, Justin? There's some goofy ass people in North Korea, let me tell you. That's why they live in a dictated country. Yo, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? What do you think I'm doing? I'm talking live. If you have any problems understand what I'm talking about live, read right there on the header. Send the Remington and Barron's son for the Mannix too. You don't have a box for that Remington, do you? But it looked like it was in great shape. Yeah, send them to me. I'll send you my Mannix too. I don't care for these newer modern folders anymore. You know what I mean? I'll replace them all with traditional folders. Oops. It doesn't mean anything to me to have a Benchmade or a Spyderco. That's all right. I can find a box for it. They sell boxes for them knives all the time on eBay. Send me the Baron Sun and the Remington Bullet, and I'll send you that Mannix too. Even though it's probably $50, $60 too cheap, that's okay with me. because it's you. You still got that paramilitary too, or did you trade it? Yep, that's fine. Send it. And I'm about ready to get some stuff sent out to you guys that's piling up here. In fact, I think I will tomorrow. So we both get something. Yeah, I can send it with the neck knife. The neck knife is them other knives. So it'd be what, 5 knives? What'd you say on the neck knife? What do we say? I can't remember. I'll definitely send you the neck knife tomorrow. Everybody must be getting tired, man. The comments are slowing down. Hello. How are you, Jason? Oh, I got you. It's great collateral, that's for sure. Go to work, huh? I am working. I work on YouTube. I'm retired. I don't need a job. All you youngins need a job. Go to work. That's funny. I never worked a day in my life. Everything I've done, I've always loved doing it. That's cool, Justin. Good when a good friend can help you out. Just don't go broke on all these knives because you know what? You need money. Knives can wait. By the time you're my age, you'll have 10 times more knives than you thought you'd ever own, even if you bought them casually. Living the dream. I lived the dream my whole life, brother. Always enjoyed and loved to do what I've always done. I'd never done anything in my life to not enjoy it. But now that I'm retired, I'm enjoying it even more. Because when I was working, I couldn't stay up till past midnight, really, you know. Not what I did for a living. I worked my ass off to get my pension. And my union took care of me. Not no ratty ass government union. That's right, Louie. Living that YouTube dream. You know, whether it's a highly liquid, liquid, liquid dream or a minimal liquid dream, it don't matter. I'm living the dream. No, Claude, I don't need to save money for that either, buddy. Me and Kim already talked about putting the chicken coop up here in the next month. I'm going to have 24 chickens running around my yard here in about a month and a half. Love fresh farm eggs. 5 times healthier than store-bought eggs. I haven't really bought store-bought eggs in like 2 years. It's been an occasional time where we were in a pinch where I had to, but store-bought eggs are loaded in cholesterol and have 5 times less vitamins and minerals than naturally grazed and raised chickens. Stress-free animals. Well, hi, Malik. Oh, you know it. I'm gonna get more than chickens too. I got a lot of things that's going on in this land here real soon. We're starting with fruit trees. We talked about that too. A couple cherry trees are going up, a couple peach trees, a couple apple trees. I'm putting some grapes in. I'm putting definitely grapes and blueberries. I'm gonna have 1 acre, just 1 acre is gonna be just grapes and blueberries. I'm doing good, thanks. Another stupid question. Watch it get deleted, folks. The last question. Where do these people come up with this? Oh, my moderators are slow tonight. I'll erase it. America. That's where I'm from, America. All right, this guy's going to be gone. Wow. Where do these people come from, man? Pink grapes? That's cool. Never seen one in my life. I'm sure they're pretty good. No, they don't. You know, it's like my rhubarb I planted. I planted them last year, and I won't get a good harvest probably till the following year. Yes, kids that are off on spring break, and their parents still to this day don't put them to bed like they did us. Chicken coot poot is out. What the hell is that? Well, thanks, Malik. Might be out for you. You eat all them cholesterol eggs in the grocery store, I can tell. I love you, Louie. Well, Justin, I had 3,673 when I started tonight. I'll be there next week. Well, that's cool, fixing cars, but what are you doing up this late? Did your father run off and your mom don't care or what? You really should be in bed getting ready for school, but you're probably on spring break, right? Well, we're not talking about cars here. Can you do what? So what I'm thinking, I already said yes. Can I do it, please, please, please? What's that mean? About the knives? Yeah. The topic is in my description. And if you scroll up and read comments, you'll know what it's about. It's about knives. And more knives, and more knives, and more knives. Yeah, he's busy fixing cars. It's because I ate a lot. That's why I don't have many chompers left. And I'm just a dental coward. I got the best insurance in the world. I could have had all new teeth put in if I wanted to. But I'm not here to please people visually. And I'm sure with what y'all learned from me, it doesn't matter how many teeth are in my mouth. The only one I gotta please is my wife. Oh, that's cool, Arbor. Uh, I just am curious how close I'm gonna be after tonight. What do we got so far? 2 hours now? Yeah, see, that's what happens, Parnell, when you get older. You start losing teeth. These younger fellows don't realize that, especially with all the junk food they're eating. That's right, man, Amber. My teeth don't help me build a Grand Seiko or a Bulova automatic watch. I love building watches. Of course, amongst the best watches in the world, brother. I tell you what, a Japanese piece to me personally is as good as any Swiss piece. Yeah, not many people know about the Seiko Grand. I'm actually gonna build one. That's right. Yep, the Seiko Grand, Japanese movements, every bit of the Rolex, or the Bulova. Here we go, Justin. We're not talking about knives again. Yes, I do. I've got a my pad right here next to me, and I got to upgrade my handset, but it works for me. And I got this Bulova part, same age as me, 1965. This is the dial, and I'm looking for a dial for it because of all the enamels off of it. But this was gifted to my father-in-law. So, and all I really got to do to is clean it up, and I want to try to replace the dial. But if I don't, it's leave it alone, right? Still read it. I mean, the only thing with it is missing is really the enamel around the second hand. But I can live with it if I can't find one. It's hard to find a dial for this. Third generation, cool. I'm first generation. I'm self-taught. Justin says, yep. What are these other fixed blades you wanted to see? Just this one here or what? So you're going to send me the 5 knives for the 2 knives or what? What am I sending you? This one here and what else? What else was I going to send you? I can't remember. I have to write this down. What's the other knife again? I can't remember. This one and... Oh, the Mannix too. Yeah. For the 5 knives, yep. Got your first old timer today? I never forgot the day I met my boy. So glad I got my first old timer today. I'll never forget the day I met my boy. Your boy meaning the knife or your actual boy? Yeah, I got it wrote down now. Definitely. Oh, okay. I got you. Pollywog. Oh my God. Here's the American-made sharp finger in a Chinese-made sheath. Pardon me. I had to kick the Chinese-made one out because I didn't have a sheath for the American one. But what I'm probably going to do is make me an American sheath, make this sheath for this American knife, and then put the Chinese one back in it. What did I miss? A suicider or something? I was gone when that went up. You need to get on a help page, YouTube channel, a help YouTube channel for your problems. They say there's an old cliche that says emotions are addicting. We don't need your emotions here because we don't want to be addicted or subject to it. So if you're having problems, go see somebody and see them right away. Because most likely being here ain't going to get you any help. You know, I don't want anybody to not enjoy their lives. Old timers, Charade, Uncle Henry are all from Charade, correct? Some of the knives were contracted out by other makers, like Camillus made some for Charade. They're related, you know. They all did shit together. Charade, Camillus, and another company made knives for craftsmen. Hello, Germany. That's right. Troll or not, yeah, that's for sure. And you got these attention seekers that just want to divert everybody's attention onto them, and you know, and they just don't get it. They get their shit gets deleted. Just go away. Yeah, this is the 152, U.S. made, saw cut, Delrin scales. But believe it or not, there's much better versions of this knife made in Germany. Germans have been making them well before Charade has. It's just an American iconic thing to have a Charade old timer sharp finger. All right, Claude. Good night, bud. I'm gonna hit it soon too. Justin, you hear? Can you hear what I'm gonna ask you? I'm sure you're still here. You need to go to bed. Well, 4 to 3 is 11 hours. You're looking at 10 hours of sleep right now, so you got some time. All right. If I send you off to Semantics 2, don't be trading it to nobody. Keep it in your personal collection. It's the best spider coal you'll ever own until they come out with something better. And it's, you know, you get knives like this, don't trade them. Don't. You know what I mean? Get that paramilitary 2 back. That's going to be an iconic knife in another 10 years. You're going to kick yourself in the ass for not having it. So pay the guy and get it back. Because you got the original scales for it. S10, S110V is a good steel. But I didn't really care to get anything better than S30V. To me, the powder steels in their ability to stay sharper longer, this doesn't really turn me on. I'd rather have a tougher knife that's easier to sharpen any day. What kind? What kind of old cases? Yeah, you're opening a can of worms here with the case knives. Well, get them knives out and tell us what they are. Look at the blades and there's Barlow Brigade. You lost me. I never went anywhere. I was breaking up. I had to reboot. Welcome back, Jim. So you got a picture of a knife handle in mind, or you want to trace one, or even draw one up that you have an idea for, Big Jim? 'Cause I want to make the handle for your comfort and your liking. Cherry would handle on what? Two four guy. Hello, young man. How old are you, two G4 guy? 'Cause I'm not really a young man. My young man days are over. All right, Justin. Get them out in the mail for me. I'll get these out in the mail for you right away too. You won't have to wait on. You know. Did you tell me what kind of handle you wanted? Just a regular straight handle or what? Big Jim? Your watch bench is probably full of all kinds of goodies, just like mine is. That's it. Enlighten. You nailed it on the head. Okay, we'll go with that then. With the redwood and the ebony with the brass. And what kind of handle shape do you want? You got anything in mind? Tell me another knife similar to it. Please. Just straight. Okay. I got you. I'm thinking too, Jim, to take these off. There's no sense in having them, really. You know, I can bring that material to a point here, of course. You know what I mean? There's, you're losing handle material here, and they're just worthless. I can see if they were longer to protect your hands from coming across onto the blade. You know what I mean? But it'll give me more material to pin a nice pin in here and here. All right. Trust me, when it's done, you're going to absolutely love it. Railroad spikes are garbage for making knives. It's 1.3% high carbon in it, which is really garbage. They're more of a novelty thing to make a knife out of a railroad spike than anything. They're worthless, never stay sharpened. Ship mine to Justin. What's that mean? Yeah, this is more of an aesthetic thing. You know, it's if they were longer and there's an actual handle, it'd protect your hands from sliding off onto the double blades and hurting yourself, or as a guard against other knife assailants. But being less than the blade, they're worthless. I mean, you can't even put your finger in here, really. Yep, you've both got knives coming. I'm gonna is all out what I got here now. The keychain folder, you like that, huh? I was surprised Jimmy didn't do a mail call on what I sent you. But that's okay, you don't have to. You gave me some really great, awesome shout outs, man, and I appreciate it. Papa Jim. I gotta call Jim my older brother. He's not old enough to be my papa. Here we go. Religious bullshit. I mean, no, let me requote that. Religious freaks on a knife post. Nothing against religion. I'm a total devout Christian. But man, they always say, "Dear Lord, save me from your followers." Meaning the ones that want to shove it down your throats. I love the Lord. I talk to him every night. I praise the Lord, and he does me right. But I don't go on somebody's knife channel and start talking the holy gospel. Of course I'm a Christian. I'm a Knights of Columbus too. I do more for the needy people than probably most of y'all on here. You know, I love watching people's videos they make talking about Christ, and I love that. But you know, I don't go on their lives talking about Christ when it's about knives. That's what we're here for. That makes you a cowboy, huh? I've been showing the knives all night, and if you just got here, you gotta let me know what you want to see. And really, I'm almost ready to get off here, so you're probably gonna have to come to one of my other live streams to see more and sub me, because my whole desk's full of knives now, and if I pull more out, I'll probably never put them away for another day. Silver stag? You mean stag with silver? Is that what you mean? I know what you meant. Here's my silver stag. Company's been in business 26 years. The gentleman started a company, operated out of his garage when he first started. This one was made in his garage 25 years ago. And this is one of my favorite ones, of course. Edge mark gold line 204.98. The original buffalo skinner, solid in Germany. I got lots of German handmade knives. Go out and read your comment. Gee man, it's hard to send you a blade. You have You have so much. Yeah, that's not really hard. I mean, you know, I love the German knives the most, and a used knife is as good as a new knife to me when it comes to German blades, because I got a lot of German knives that I collect, and I don't have so many or as much German knives that I can actually use. So I need to get me some users. You want it? What do you want, Polywog? That's cool, Louis. Oh. Sounds good to me, Jim. Whatever's clever. If it's a good knife, I don't turn it down. I don't care if I got one or two. I'm even game on the Rough Riders. I've got several of them now, but not as much as I should have. I really like the Rough Riders, just like you. Good Baron son. You know, we got similar tastes, you know. You want the pretty German boy? No, you ain't gonna get my buffalo skinner. Sorry, that's the original. They're getting more and more rare. How much for the silver stag? Well, it's not for sale either because it's an original he made in his garage, and he don't make them in the garage anymore. And I paid like 125 for it 24, 25 years ago. This same knife with its age and being made in his garage would be probably around the $500 range in collector's value. Now, why is my computer going crazy again? Zona, Jim's talking to you, Zona. Thanks, Enlighten. Yep, you have a good night too. Thanks for stopping in. Sub the page, share. I'll be live Sunday on a free giveaway. I do sell things, but mostly ones I make and ones that ain't closest to me. I don't. Oh, shoot. Looks like I picked up a couple new subs tonight. Split my screen, see where I'm at here. Oh boy. You hear Zona? Louis? Oh yeah. Yeah, we could talk some knives later, brother. Thanks for stopping in. I'm sure I can learn a lot from you. I'm new at it, actually, myself, so I got a lot of tools yet I got to purchase. It's a new process for me to get the right tools and to do it all right before I really have at it. But I got several hobbies, including playing instruments, so it's like my time is distributed across all of them equally. Or not as equal as my knife and leatherwork, but you know, my other hobbies are distributed equally. I can't. Okay, Louis still here. Yep. Hey, Louis. Guess where I'm at in hours right now? I started out with 3,735. Yeah, well, you're third generation, so I'm sure you have a lot of skill packed in from two generations before you. Like I said, I can learn a thing or two from you. Do you have a YouTube channel, Main Arbor, that shows your work? I'd enjoy watching it. Did you hear me, Louie? You hear me? You hear me now? Louie, are you alive, Louie? I said I started out at 3,735 hours, and right now I'm at 3,889, pushing 110 hours to go. Vladimir Putin. What? I never seen him before. Is he from Russia? Daddy is here. What's up? Thanks, Chip. Man, my damn psoriasis. Wow. Come on. Right? That must have been Canadian. Right. Stop it, Jim. Oh, I don't know why I have this chunk of wood still on my desk. I do love how this turned out, though. I carved with my custom opal. It's a beaut. Tariffs are always a failure, and I'm not going to get into politics. Yes, sir. I've carved wood all my life. I got a piece here I got to finish. I don't know where I put it. Let me look. I don't know where it's at. I'm gonna have to find it later. But I do mantle carvings for like fireplaces, and I got a piece here I'm doing for a fireplace. It's the double clamshells with the floral pattern swirling over the top of it. The centerpiece for a fireplace mantle for a guy. And I do, like things for like Victorian houses. I'll do corbels for the gable ends of the houses, and then decorative pieces. Somebody might want something carved, Celtic ropes or all kinds of shit. 3 or 4 watches I need you to look at. Probably just bands and battery replacements. Yeah, send them to me, man. I'll take care of them for you, and I'll send them right back. You know, that's easy fixes. I'll get them all working good, clean them up. If you got a few scratches on the dials, I'll get them out and buff them up for you. I'm still thinking what I could do for, and I can't just do for Billy, the preacher man. I got to do for his son Seth too. And who knows, maybe down the road I'll do something for Kevin, for Stubbs. But I want to do something cool with a knife for him. I'm thinking maybe I'll send where the heck did I put it down? I'm thinking about sending all 3 of them at the same time. I'm thinking about sending all 3 one of my Sodbuster style pocket drops, Jim. What do you think? I think they'll love it. I'm pretty sure Seth being a cowboy, he'll carry it with him everywhere he goes, probably. Yeah, that exact clock. What you talking about there, man, Arbor? Oh, the one up behind my head? You spoke to Billy and his boy about my knife work? You could tell them too. I'd love to. It you know. I'd love to sell. Billy said he'd sell my knives there if I wanted to. So I think I'm gonna get when I get rolling on these pocket drops, have them sell a bunch of them. The saw blade behind me. Oh, the shop clock, yeah. This one here I made. And I got several upstairs that I made. I make the whole clock. I even put it back on the wall. I got it in my foyer. I recently learned about pin and collars and citizens bracelets. the hard way. Those collars can disappear fast if you don't know how to keep an eye. Yeah, and so can the springs in the keyless works. So yeah, I made several clocks. I got people that want clocks from me all the time. In fact, let me see if I can find one of my favorite ones that I built. I built it from some driftwood from the river. Picked up a beautiful piece of driftwood on the river here locally by me. Oh, let me see here. Into a quartz clock. That's cool. A radiator fan. That'd be interesting to watch. Send Billy Ray a folder. He's not a fixed blade guy. Okay, I can do that. You just make sure you tell him when he gets it. Or do you want me to send it to you and have you give it to him? That would be cool too. You could take it in there. Hey, I got something special for you, Billy. That sent me something to give to you. It's like we both can surprise him. I'll make him a custom folding knife. Traditional folder. Okay, that's cool. I'm going to do that. So Seth's cool with the pocket drop then, huh? I mean, it's shaped just like a side buster, so he'll probably be down for that. Okay. Let me see here. All right. I want to show you this here. Maybe let me turn my camera on. Let me see. You see that okay? This is the links in my description in my YouTube channel. Under more about me, you can come to these. This is my woodworking page, the Celtic Woodwright. And this is one of my carvings here, a Celtic cross. Billy, you probably like that. You can see my tool chest that I've showed before right here with my chisels, my carving chisels. This is a cross I made my father for Christmas one year. That's my main page. And then if you go to photos here, thanks, man. So here's my favorite wall clock here. piece of driftwood I got from the river. And then this is maple and walnut. Each hour is made with dark walnut. And the rings, I steamed the wood and created this ring by steaming the wood. And then the clock dial set in the spalted maple. And it appears to be floating on the driftwood because up top here and down below, I got two brass rods that go into it, makes it appear to look floating. So if you look at the other pictures of it, you see the brass rod here, and then there's one here you can't see really. There's one there, one here. But this is a piece of river driftwood that I found on my local riverbank here while I was fishing. And then you can see I got a jar shelf for flowers that I made from driftwood for my wife right there. Here's the closer up. So there's 3 layers of maple with black walnut at each hour. And this is spalted maple. So my clock sets inside of that. Serving trays I make with the American flag on it. This is all mahogany and black walnut. Thanks, guys. I made this one for my mother. But like I said, in my YouTube channel, you can go to more under my name description, and you can find all my links for all my Facebook pages from all the work I do. This is for a pistol, and put your pistol here and your smartwatches here, your cell phone here, and it's got a plug-in. Bring your plug through to your phone. You can see here. I'm not supposed to show that, what I just showed you. So here's a centerpiece I did, a real easy one for a fireplace mantle. The guy just wanted a sunburst above it. So I made that for his fireplace out of mahogany. Thanks, Parnell. Here's the piece I was looking for. I got it tucked away here. I'm actually a little further than this. This is a scallop clamshell, and I got the floral patterns coming on each side of it, and it's done on a black walnut. Another cross I started here. This is just the clamshell carving. Yeah, it is. You'll see it. See this mantle here I made for a grand clock. I found this somewhere at a garage sale, I think, and I'm like, man, I got to replicate that piece, so I made it here. And that's now on a grandfather clock that I did for a guy. I make spoons. I hand carve spoons and forks. Here's a Celtic trinket box I made. I got it here somewhere. The Celtic rope in front. It's made out of mahogany. This is spalted maple, and then I got black walnut on top. Yeah, it'd be killer for a grandfather clock. Here's a fork and spoon set I made for a cousin of mine. And I just handmade them out of a log out of the backyard. Here's the little trinket box with the keyed corners. Spalted maple on top, maple with black walnut. Here's one that's in my foyer now. This is different woods here. This is leopard wood handle, maple, ebony, you know, and then the spalted maple here. This is all mahogany. And then you can see here the maple legs and the leopard wood here inset into mahogany. Same one. That's in my foyer here. Different views of it. Yeah, I can make a killer grandfather. I can make the whole clock. You know what I mean? I like making grandfather clocks with German movements in them. Again, German craftsmanship, right? Here's that Celtic one I showed you a second ago. This is the inside of that box I got here. It's got a pull-out tray made from mahogany. Then there's a compartment below it. And I got a couple of these I made for my bedstand. You can see here's the tray coming out of it. Got the leopard wood top rail. This is all mahogany. Here's a toilet paper stand I made for a bathroom. It's made out of street pipe, black live edge black walnut. You put your cell phone on it right next to your toilet. Here's the top of it. You see the street pipe coming out of it. And here's where the toilet paper hangs on. Street pipe. Street pipe's holding the live edge up. And another street pipe comes out the bottom here for the toilet paper. See it here? It holds it all up. Yeah, I can sell them. I can make some more. You know it. And you do know, Main Arbor, that the pendulum in a clock is just like what's inside of a wristwatch. The longer the coil spring, or the longer the pendulum spring, or pendulum, the faster, the slower the movement, right? Yeah, you're looking straight at it now. There's that one piece I carved. Now here's a live edge table I did for a fellow. All out of spalted maple, and I put a black epoxy river down the middle of it. It's actually for a bar top. You can see it here. This is all epoxy. There's like 3 different rivers going through it. And it's all spalted maple. Here it is here. That cost that fellow $1,700. Yes, I do them all. Yeah, this spalted maple is something else. It's actually considered a rotted part of the wood. That makes that spalting in the maple. So I bought a couple planks of spalted maple. And they had cracks in them, so I naturally cracked them and made the river in any direction that it would flow around the cracks. This is an island top that I did for a fellow's house. This cost him $1,400. It's black walnut with a black epoxy river going through the middle of it. Yeah, right. The longer the pendulum, the more accurate, definitely. There's a fine point, both on a wristwatch and a wall clock, right? Then it's just a matter of tuning it. Yep, 3,600 BPH. Here's a live edge table I did for a fella with old farm boards I put together. I made metal legs for it with my welder. Same one. Them are recycled off of an old barn. Thanks, Tim. Then here's my cabinet. I made these here, the mallets. I make have my tools. I made this scriber here and my carving knife, and I got some planes here that I made. This is when I first made that cabinet I got hanging up. It hangs on a gravity cleat. I don't have all the tools I made in here yet. This is my foyer out front here. When you walk into my shop, this is a live edge shelf, and I got all, my wife's got it all decorated. Some of my wooden decoy collection. And this is one of the calls that I made. I made that call there. Push stick from my table saw I made. Here's a cedar piece. I'm a beast. I love making things, man. My whole life I've made things from my hand. You know what I mean? And I've been a natural woodworker all my life since I was like 12 years old. Be honest, grandfather clock is just a pet name. Yeah, that's right. The tall case clocks. Yep. This one here, I got a laser on it because what I'm doing is I'm cutting off the top section of this. Everywhere you see this laser hitting it, coming across, I had to cut all that off because I made a table. This is actually the base for a short table. See here, you see me starting to cut it off, the laser here. And I got it marked where the laser hit it, where I got to cut it off. See here? That's where I'm cutting it off, this top section. This is all cedar. It's a cedar root from a cedar tree. You see here as I'm taking it off, now I got a square pane of glass on top of it now. And that's how it turned out. And then I got a stump, a cedar stump that I actually mounted this base to. So it sits up 3.5 feet. You can see here where I cut the cedar. And it shows through the glass. I got this upstairs. This is for my TV remotes and my pens and pencils and pads of paper. Here's another one I made for a gal. This Chicago cutlery knife set buddy sent to me. He wanted me to refinish it for him. So this is the before. This is the after. I redid all, I refinished the handles too. It's all red oak, Chicago cutlery knives. Here's the clock I made from a saw blade, and I covered it with epoxy so it looks like marble. And then I just got the stick-on numbers, That's in my shop here. I made it from an A saw blade. Just bought a clock kit for it. And it's actually sitting on an epoxy table that I made. Now here's the clock I replicated. I just showed you is all. I replicated this 100-year-old clock. Here it is in the making. Instead of using the numbers, on the dial, on the clock face, I use brass pins. And I turn this on my lathe, a brass pin on top. And there it is, the one I showed you. Here's another clock I made out of live edge wood. No, not live edge, I'm sorry. This is a piece of river driftwood again. I collect, if I'm out fishing and I see a nice piece of a live edge river driftwood, or a nice piece of driftwood that could be something cool, I'll grab it, take it home, and my vision will come alive. I'm watching a little mouse run across my shop right now. And here it is finished. I put maple pegs in it for the hours. Put a little finish on the wood. Here's my foyer coming together. I got a deer head up here, and I tiled the entryway here. Put a decorative border on the tile. Oh, I can't remember who made that old clock. I got it sitting around here somewhere. I don't see a name on it here. I'd have to blow it up. Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's too broken up to really tell. But here's a piece of Osage orange, commonly known hedge apple. And it looked like a loaf of bread. I found this log and it looked like a loaf of bread. So I drilled holes in it to make it a candle holder. And I call it my loaf of bread candle display. As you can see here on the end of it, it looks like a loaf of bread. That's how the log came. So I took all the bark off of it, of course, and then the yellow wood itself just is amazing looking. Maple monkey balls are used in cabinet making for the door panels. Here's the gun stand I made. And I made it for this replica Civil War. I hope they don't kick me off here for this. I made and bent the brass pegs for it. I can't show you that, but I got that hanging on it. This here is a sled I made for running my router and for leveling off live edge tabletops. So I got a piece of hedge apple in here. This in this one here, I showed you earlier. This one, I poured epoxy in the cracks, sealed it up, and put some bow ties in there to keep it from cracking. That's actually an end table now. You can see it here. I got several, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different cuts of an Osage orange tree, a fairly big one, and these are down at the root base. I make end tables out of them, and they're orange. You don't really see them here. You can see the grain in this Osage orange. It's unbelievable. Damn, G-Man. See, I do more than making knives, right? You can see they're coming alive. I'm putting epoxy in it. And I actually put a dovetail. Now, this is the river driftwood that I made that flower holder for my wife. This one here, I had an old lamp. And since I'm a Navy boy, I had to make a monkey fist to hang the lamp. And I made a decorative winding knot where it spirals up around something you're at. We did this in the Navy a lot on handrails. So it shows my Navy knot tying abilities. And this is another piece of river driftwood that I found on the river. I see something cool, I'll make it into something. See, this is all one rope. This ain't another rope going over it. You make a bite, you put this inside of it, twist it around and go again. You make another bite, put it inside of itself, twist it around and go again. And it makes a swirl pattern all the way up. And everybody knows what a monkey fist is, I think. Wood slab clocks sell well. Yeah, they do. Here's a piece of driftwood. Or no. Yeah, this was a piece of river driftwood that I found on the river again. And it was cedar. I was like, cool, bonus. So I drilled holes in it and put doorknobs on it for a coat rack. That's actually in my foyer here. These are them crystal doorknobs from the 19th century. I make walking sticks for people. I made one for a fellow and I carved the morel mushroom on top of it. Here's the kitchen table I got in the making for myself. 2 slabs of cedar from a cedar tree. They're probably about 18 inches wide. And I poured a Red River epoxy in it. Now I'm going to make farm table legs for it. And it's going to be my new addition down here. I'll show it to you when I finish it. Here I'm redoing a record cabinet, repolished the hardware on it, refinishing it. I've got over 1,000 vinyl records, and this thing holds 350 of them. So you can see it coming together. This comes down, and there's trays that my records fit in. Here's one of my records, the Super Bowl Shuffle, Chicago '85 Bears, right? So the tray for that is right here. See that? This is the front of it that you don't see. You see in the last pictures. But the records fit in here, and then you pull the door down and you got straight access to them. So this part here is the back side of the front door. And then the top, I epoxy covered it. Made it look like marble. That's all epoxy. You can see here. And there it is on it. Here's a baseball bat that I turned for a fellow. He wanted a baseball bat, so I made it out of cedar for him. An ultrasonic. Yeah, I got an ultrasonic. Couple of them. Here's a fish I started carving. I never did finish it. It's sitting up here on my shelf. This is a smallmouth bass I started carving. One of these days I'll get a hair up my ass and finish it. See here? It looks like it's swimming. These were the steps while I was carving it with my mallet. This is what my shop used to look like when it was a mess. Here's my foyer now going upstairs. I got all the pine. This whole place is wrapped in car siding pine. It's all done now, but I built my house. I got a barn house I live in. My shop's downstairs and I live upstairs. But the shop now is going to become my kitchen dining room, and I got a house, another house on my property. I'm going to make it into my pole barn. It'll be my new shop. This guy wanted 2 round balls for mantles, post mantles on an entryway into his house. So I turned them out of a cedar log, top and bottom. He's cutting these off and putting them on his posts. I turned both of these on my lathe. Here's a couple Adirondack chairs I made for a fellow. He said, "Can you make them look like skull heads?" I said, "Sure." That's what they look like. Here's an island top I made with mahogany and black walnut for a friend. It's got recycled posts from an old barn. Cutting board. Here's the double cedar. I have this one out on my porch now. I made this about 17 years ago. I still use it. Double seat Adirondack chair. Both of my kittens are on it. They're long gone. There's the skull chairs. Even the front of the handle's got skulls on them. Well, that's cool, Arbor. Get you a cabin you can make yourself. That's always been one of my bucket lists. I made my buddy here a rack to hold all his cordless drills because he's got a construction business. Keeps everything organized for him. Here I made a couple of them and sold them. This is the plan I went off of. I found this online. Little decorative flower pot made into a bench I made for my wife. This here's, and I still have it. I got sick of my legs rusting out on my Weber grill, so I made a wooden bench, and I poured this all out of concrete. This is 2-inch thick concrete slab with my grill floating on the side of it so that the legs can't rust out. I just change out these out if they start rusting. I think Jim must have went to sleep, huh? Here's one of my duck calls I made. It's maple and black walnut. Here's my crankbaits that I make. I sold them all over the world. Here's an entry cabinet and shelf. Put your coats on here and your boots or whatever in here and sit there while you put your shoes on. I made that for a customer. Then I did a walk-in closet for the same customer. These slide in and out for ties, and the other side's for women's purses. Same thing. They pull in and out. There's a bench for sitting on to put your clothes on when you're in the closet. And I made these stands here. They're on a 30-degree angle. They put all their shoes on here, the women's shoes and the men's shoes. And here's the pull-outs for the women's, or for the ties. It's here me in the mirror making it, the dress mirror inside at the very end. Then they got hanging racks here for clothes, and then individual racking for clothes. Well, I hope I'm not boring y'all with this. That's that one entry cabinet I made that fellow. Here's the idea I got to make it. Gun cabinet I made. Another bench seat I made for somebody. This is all made out of cedar. This is my trinket box. I got this upstairs. It's all mahogany with black walnut key joinery, black walnut keys in it. And then up here on a piece of maple, I would burn a duck coming down with the sunrise. Then I got my jewelry inside of it, whatever I wear. I made this jewelry box for my wife. Here's some of the flies I tied. Here's my first original company, G Home and Lure Company, before I became Elite Customs. Some of the baits I made and painted. Here's a 2-story patio deck, and I built a gazebo on the end of it with stairs coming up, and the whole outside is wrapped in cedar. Here's the carrying tray I made a guy, a box to put his pistol in, and it's made for 45 ACP rounds. It's all mahogany with my hand-cut dovetail joinery. Here's the start of a barrel ceiling I did for a guy in his house. He wanted a barrel ceiling, so I put up all the framing members for him to drywall it. Coat rack I made. Little swinging bench for corn for the squirrels. Other little projects. It's not quite finished painted there. It is now, but this is a wood duck that I made. I hand carved. Here's a moon-shaped bench seat that I made. I hand carved all this up here. It's actually the shape of a moon, you know what I mean? You call it moon shape. I made a fellow a pair of drumsticks. He wanted me to make them to match his drums. It's the garage I built for somebody. Here I am doing it. fireplace mantle I made. I hand carved the corbels in the centerpiece and did all the trim work on it. So I've done a lot of woodworking in my lifetime. I'm a retired carpenter and now I'm just a bladesmith and leather worker. But I can build something for somebody if the price is right. And this is the name of it. You'll find my link in my description if you want to look at it again. The Celtic Woodwright. 2 serving trays. 3. 2, yeah. This one's made out of pallets, pallet wood. And I just put door handles on the ends of them. You're fine, Arbor. Thanks. You know, hey, years of love, years of passion, right? I still love making wooden things, and I do occasionally. But I'm back to where I started. So, if you want to see my fishing lures that I made and sold all around the world, had in Bassin magazine and in Fisherman magazine, go in my description and click on my more under my header page on my home page. You'll see my Facebook links for everything that I've done. I've got like 6 different Facebook pages. And you can like them and join them if you want. But anyways, I said Big Jim Barlow went to bed, I think. I think he's got insomnia. Wakes up, goes to sleep, wakes up, goes to sleep. Yeah, you gotta love what you do. Like I said, I told you earlier, I've never worked a day in my life. I've done everything I've loved to do for 60 years, and I'll continue that till I die. I don't do nothing that I have to call work. You know what I mean? Only people that do jobs that make them miserable and they don't enjoy it, that's work. So, you know, always do what you love to do. And don't be afraid of change. If you don't like your lifestyle and you don't love what you do, change it. Because you might fail at first, but you know what? Failure is a learning tool for success. The more you fail, the smarter you get at it. Yeah, it's just us 3. I'm barking at 5:10 here right now. And I'm probably just going to get off here. If you haven't subbed my page yet, go ahead and do so and share it. You know, that'd be nice. I appreciate it. And then every Sunday I have a free giveaway where I show people how to make something out of leather. And in the summer, it's going to be knives. And then I give it away. So I'll be making small knives in the summer and giving them away. Every Sunday, something different. So not only do you get to learn how to make it from me, but you get a chance at winning it. And I've got a couple people that's won a couple off of me already. This is my first year of doing this, so, and I'm starting to grow fast now, and I hope it to get even faster because, you know, it'd be nice to make a good income at this. But until you get 30, 40,000 subs, you know, you're really not making anything. Hey, there's Parnell. You got it coming, buddy. I can't wait to see what you put in it. Yeah, Parnell won the last giveaway. Last Sunday. I made a pancake sheath for $1.10, and I made it so, you know, Parnell, it's going to come unfinished too. So you're going to have to put either an acrylic finish on it or oil it and put carnauba cream, which is a wax coating on it. then you'll be fine. But since you want to remold it, it's going to come unfinished. So if you don't want the dye to bleach off on your clothes, I suggest at least finish the back. But you got to put either acrylic finish on it or a wax coating, like a carnauba cream. It's a real thin wax that gets rock hard, protects it from scratches and shit. It's the best thing to put on them. Oil it will protect it and keep it from drying out, but it won't keep it from scratching. You want to put a good wax on it over the top of that. The wax forms a hard coating that keeps it from scratching and marring up. It's up to you, whatever you want to do. But putting oil on leather is basically for already treated wax, you know what I mean? The best to use is carnauba cream. It's a thin wax, it's like a liquid and it dries. Never put any wax on leather until it dries before you buff it. You see all these guys smearing all this cream wax all over their shit, and then they buff it right away. No, let it dry first and then buff it. No, you oil it first, then wax it. Don't put too heavy of oil on her. I use a neat's foot oil, 100% neat's foot. Wait about a half an hour or so, a thin coat of it, that's all you need. Because that carnauba cream, that wax coating will protect it from everything. The oil will not. You can put any kind of wax you want on there. Beeswax is the second best to carnauba cream. You know, if you get some of this liquid wax you see from like Ruby Creek's Outdoors and all them, that the knife doctor's pushing for them, it's fine if it's got beeswax in it, but if it doesn't, I wouldn't use it. And that's just my personal professional opinion. But beeswax is your second best to carnauba. There's nothing better than carnauba cream. Because you can put more than one coat on. You can put three. Sometimes I'll put 3 coats of it on. But you got to let it harden. It's real thin. It's almost like milk. You smear it on with a soft cloth through your fingers. I just use my fingers on sheaths. I mean, if it's a big project, you know, I'll use a wool pad. Let it dry. Takes about 10 minutes. Buff it. Put another coat on if you want. The more you put on, the more it's going to shine. And the more it's going to protect it. Because when that carnauba hardens, it's like a non-crackable glass finish. Nothing's going to scratch your leather. Nothing. I put it on gun belts and holstery, you know. And, you know, like if I do repair work on saddles and whatnot, carnauba cream. It'll protect it from all the elements, and it'll protect it from scratching and chipping and iron up. Some slips like what? Yeah, I wish I could have put my stitch lines a little further out for the Buck 110. I mean, you'll get it in there still, but wet it good before you put the finish coat on it. Let it soak for about a good minute or two in warm water. Don't use cold water. And then really get something blunt that you can stick in there and start stretching it first. Put your knife in there and go in and out and shove it in, pull it out, shove it in further, pull it out. You'll get it to work. It's just tight. I wish I would have went another 1/8 of an inch or so on my stitch lines, but it'll work. A 112 will fit in there better with less work. But you got to work at it to get that knife in there. Who are you talking to now, Inup? My opinion about what? That's funny. You just all of a sudden pop up and say that stupid shit? Yeah, I can do slips with. I sent one to Cornbread. He's got it with the belt loops on them. What am I missing? Some comments here. Yeah, he's a troll. Oh God! Now all the trolls are coming out. Wow, trolls, man, trolls. So you want a bozo button for that candy? Oh my God, where are they coming from? She must be from the Philippines. St. Lanka. Oh, we got all the trolls waking up. Where in the hell is St. Lanka? Somewhere in Africa or what? I have no idea. Sounds like an African name. The Zone Jajawara. Yes, they are. Man, 519. One of these days I'll get to bed before it gets daylight out. Wow. But I sleep till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today I got up about 1:30. But I can do that. Oh, I don't know. I deleted her. Candy Girl. Oh boy, here we go. Another dumb one. Talking about dragons and shit. Island off the coast of India. Oh, okay. So I might as well go to 5:30. I'm gonna see here now where I'm at. I'm getting close. 3,889 watch hours. I'll probably be at 4,000 when I get off of here. St. Lanka is legendary, huh? No, if you want to smoke weed, go to another page. I'm sure somebody is out there. I could legally here in Illinois. Yeah, you know it. I can even grow it legally in Illinois. But no, no drugs for me. My drugs is knives. Yeah, you know it was first made illegal by Rockefeller. He was a cotton. He's he was a tycoon in the railroad, and he also owned the cotton industry in the United States. And hemp is a far superior product than cotton is. And because the hemp farms and the hemp manufacturers were producing a much better, higher quality product, hell, the first American flag by Betsy Ross was made from hemp. Rockefeller didn't like it, so he had anything to do with marijuana or hemp or the pot plant made it illegal. Because it wasn't illegal until that time. And it stayed illegal for many years because of him. But now he became an oil tycoon, and that's all changed. Yeah, but still, hemp is still a superior product for many uses, much more than any man-made synthetic like nylon. DuPont's DuPont's pretty much out of the petrochemical business now. They're in the ag business. Them and Monsanto's have monopolized the agricultural market. Farmers can't even make their own fertilizer anymore. And you can't, on the market, sell your own seeds either. If it doesn't come through Monsanto's DuPont, you can't. But I'm sure DuPont still has some of the petrochemical corporations that they still affiliated with that make different things from petrochemicals, but they don't produce themselves anything from it. Yeah, and mostly it wasn't just the textile companies and paper companies. It was Rockefeller that kicked it off because he didn't want nothing else selling his cotton. Right, Pollywog. Ah. So 5 minutes, guys. I'm gonna hit it in 5 minutes. Got anything you would like to say or ask or pertaining knife or anything else? It could be clocks. Just no religion and government. Fake books behind me? Yeah, there ain't no fictional books in my house. I got a library upstairs, wall to wall, filled with nonfiction books. Here comes some more trolls. That little mouse, I'm going to shoot him with my Red Ryder BB gun here that I got. I was in the butterfly knives. Not for show. I competed with them in national martial arts tournaments. The Filipino Bali Song of the Blade. It's one of the many different weapons that I mastered. You're not going to see me on Blade Show Atlanta or whatever it is in flipping contests. But you've once seen me in competition with. Yeah, I got a Red Ryder sitting right here behind me. I can't show it to you because it's considered a gun and you can't do that shit live. But yeah, I'll sit here sometimes motionless and pick them off when they come across my floor. Once I had a couple come out from each wall. This is no shit either. This is a real story. They came out in the middle of my shop floor, right in front of me. Didn't care I was here. You know, I was at my computer and I looked over and seen them. They come together. They get up, both got up on their hind legs and started fighting with each other, or I don't know if it's play or whatever, but they were going at it. I couldn't shoot them, man. They're my little pets. That is no shit. That's an honest story. I guess mice play too, huh? I don't know if it was a mating dance. I never knew that mice had mating dances. They didn't look like they were mating or wanting to mate. They looked like two bucks going over male dominance over a female rat or whatever the hell they are. No, Willie, I don't have any double-edged swords. I have several samurai swords that I actually competed with. Make them little boxing gloves. Yeah, I can do that. But I don't think I could be able to sew them that small. I can make some little socks for them, right? You little fucker, I'm gonna kill you. He's running around here like I'm not even here, man. If I wanted to wake up the wife, I would take out my Ultramag 870 shotgun and be sure to get him. Yeah, I got all kinds of throwing knives. And I throw them well too. Watermelon killer. You know, speaking of watermelon, this is probably about 26, 27 years ago. I come across two lost coyotes, baby coyotes. They're probably only about 9, 10 weeks old. No mother around. I waited for a while to see if the mother would show up to get them. Never did. An hour later. So I grabbed them and brought them home and, treated them like puppies. And them little son bitches wanted to bite my fingers off. But after feeding them treats for about a day or two, they calmed down and they started accepting me as not harming them. And I looked up online, what's the favorite food of a coyote? And believe it or not, watermelon is, they absolutely love it. I mean, I gave it to them. I gave them a couple slices. They tore that shit up, ate the rind, the whole thing. I mean, they just absolutely love watermelon. They won't, out here in the country where I'm at, they won't come to my garden and eat my watermelons in my garden. But if I slice one open and they get wind of it, they'll probably eat every watermelon in my garden. Yeah, I got some Chinese throwing stars. And I got probably 6 pairs of nunchucks there up on the wall that I used to compete with. Yeah, right. What doesn't love watermelon? Louis, you must be going to work, huh? You pop in and say a few things and go. Must be making your toast now. Eating your healthy toast on rye bread with extra virgin olive oil on it, a little bit of garlic powder. And how about some orange juice with ginger in it, right? That's what I eat every morning. My profession was a union carpenter. I retired a carpenter, tradesman, builder, millwright carpenter. Never hit myself in the testicles with my nunchucks. Slightly hit myself in the head. I was trained properly to use them. When I was a kid, and I grew up watching all the Bruce Lee movies when they were actually live, when I first started chucks, Bruce Lee got me into it, right? The Bruce Lee's craze in the 60s and 70s. I put a football helmet on my head when I very first started, and then I was lucky enough by the age of 12 to have a sensei that would teach me without hurting myself. Good old USA. Well, Pollywog, I don't prefer any throwing stars for anything anymore. I got a knife, I can throw it. I can throw it well. That's all I need. Yeah, okay, Louis. No, I never really hit myself in the head with my chucks. I brushed it a few times, but never really hit myself hard enough to knock myself out. I hear you, Willie. But you gotta learn how to pronounce nunchuckers, though. Or spell it. I always correct everybody when they talk about it. Nunchaku. A nunchuck is what happens when Chuck Norris hits you with his fist. He makes you nunchuck. But yeah, I wear a cup because you kept hitting myself down there. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, they make the foam padded training chucks. They're just plastic with the foam padding on the outside of them. But realistically, they're not too practical when it comes to learn how to use them for fighting skills. I mean, you learn all the techniques with them. Don't get me wrong, but application wise, the foam ones ain't there. No, I had never owned any Japanese daggers. I'm not into daggers and double-edged swords. They just do nothing for me. Maybe one day I'll get a hair up my ass and make a Japanese samurai. Might make myself a samurai sword before I die. But I'm not really into making swords at all, really. Just mostly buoys is as far as I'll go on making knives. Oh, I could make just about any sword. It's not hard for me. It's just getting the forge set up that's long enough and hot enough to do it. You know, the longest blade I could produce right now would be about 16 inches. So I could probably do a tanto or a short sword. A takana. Chuckas, Polly. Chuckas, not chucks. You're talking about Chuck Norris again. I know it's easier to pronounce chucks. I know what you're saying. I'm just giving you shit. Why would I want any ball and chains with spikes? I wouldn't even have a desire to make them. You got all kinds of questions tonight, huh? It honestly answered my question. You got a bunch of that crap collected in your house. You got ball and chains and double-edged swords and all this knight of armor crap. Are you in the knight of armor? I'm sorry, I don't mean it as crap, but you must be into the knights of armor, huh? Willie, no, I'm not a ninja. I don't need no smoke bombs to get out of any situation. We didn't have no smoke bombs in Desert Storm either. And we got out of our situations. Morning, Victor. I'm about ready to go to bed. I'm past what I said I'd be on for. I said I'd be gone at 5:30, and I still ain't. I'm pushing that 4,000 hours right now, though. So it's like tempting to stay up for 4 more hours. Yeah, he must be in the medieval weaponry yet. Where's the marathon show at? Show me. Read my profile page description, and you'll know what I do and why you should be here. I don't do everything, Louis. I just do something that interests me. I'm spontaneous, and after a while, I'll get bored with it and move on to something else. But I done woodworking the longest, and now my blacksmithing or bladesmithing's catching up to it. So I think the bladesmithing's here to stay a while. Yes, ma'am, I'm a veteran. You don't have to thank me either. I was in one war and one conflict, and I wasn't there for you. Most American people think war is about their freedoms, and I always tell them you're wrong. I done it all. I've done lots of things in my life. I even have a degree in wildlife photography, digital photography. I've actually had some publications, you know, selling some of my pictures to magazines. Freelancing, wildlife photography. I used to be a farrier. I used to shoe and trim horses. But like I said, I get bored with it. I move on to something else. But I think I'm here to stay with knives. Getting too old to bounce around anymore. Yeah. It's funny how that works, probably. A lot of things in the media are portrayed as something they're not. In fact, everything in history books is nothing but lies. Everything children are learning in school today in the history books are all lies. Especially your government. All lies. Flails. What the hell is flails? No, farming's hard work, but it's rewarding too. My grandfather and his father were farmers. In fact, my great grandfather had 17 children. The more kids they had on the farm, the better off they were. He had 9 girls and 8 boys. Done lots of things. And Victor, you know what my favorite style of cuisine is to cook? I love cooking. I'm a self-taught culinary artist. Everybody in my family wants me to open a restaurant. I said, why would I want to do that? I would lose interest in cooking. You know, it'd become a job and I'd hate to do it. But what is my main cuisine to cook, Victor? Take a guess. A boomerang could be deadly if you learn how to use it as a tool of such. Well, actually, Victor, you're close and you're on the right page, but Mexican cuisine is my favorite food to cook. And I can cook a mean beef tongue, birria, ceviche. I cook it all, brother. Shrimp, shrimp cocktail. I cook it all. Love a good ceviche, and I love birria. Oh man, do I love it. Goat meat is my favorite. I'm more Mexican than you. I actually don't have any Mexican in me, but my best friend is a Mexican, Luis Cardenas, and his his second home in Mexico is my second home. I can go there anytime I want, no questions asked. I can just show up, not tell him. And he lives in the States, so does his father now, and they still have their home and family in near Puerto Vallarta in Jalisco, Mexico. I go there all the time. Love fishing the freshwater lake there. And I've learned the culture inside out. When I was in the Navy, I was stationed in Puerto Rico. It's a different dialect, but still Latin, and very similar in cuisine. And what's funny about Mexico is there's different cultures of the Mexican cuisine, and it's influenced by different descendants into Mexico. Like on the east side is more Oriental style, Mexican style food, as versus the west is totally different. One side they eat bugs, and the other side they don't. One place I like to go in near Jalisco is tequila. The finest tequila in all Mexico. Oh man, is that good shit. No hangovers. Creeps up on your ass like nobody's in, and it's smooth. I bring a couple gallons home with me every time I go there for like, I don't know, probably 20 US bucks. Yeah, a lot of the Mexican culture, cuisine is influenced by a lot of the Indian food. Indians and Asians influenced a lot of the different styles of Mexican cuisine. Your wife is Mexican, huh? That's cool. I wish my wife knew how to cook Mexican. Well, she's learning. When I make tacos, they're made right. They're not made out of ground beef, and you know, I've got like 15 different peppers here, and I grow them all in my garden. Any pepper you find in Mexico is in my garden. Like for instance, uh, poblanos, habaneros, green chilies, even banana peppers. Love to fry them in butter and eat them. Oh man! But mostly with the banana peppers, I love to make banana pepper mustard. Put it on hot dogs and brats and all that good shit. Oh man! I can up that shit every year. I got over 150 pepper plants every season. Been married for 43 years now. Yeah, I'm at 27. That's a long time, 43. I didn't get married till I was 43. Trinidad scorpion. No, I never grew that. But habaneros and reapers. I got reapers in my garden every year. I crush it up and I use it for cooking. A little bit of the If you ever in Mexico, the secret to speaking right is just say it fast. Let it out. I pause, think too much in English. Right, right. Yeah, scorpion is a good flavor. I've had it actually. I would say that. Yep. Man, I like to make some good stuffed jalapenos, boy. Smoke them on the smoker. Oh my god. Wrap them in bacon. Am I getting these all hungry yet? I'm a waterfowl hunter, so I like to cook goose. I love eating goose. And I make goose kebabs wrapped with bacon, marinated overnight, wrap them with bacon, slice them, put a cashew in them, and wrap them with bacon and smoke them on the smoker. Oh my god. And then I'll do it the same way, but instead of a jalapeno pepper. I've had quite a few Mexican girlfriends before I got married. And now I don't care to have any other than my wife. Why would somebody ask you if you're wearing socks? Reheating burritos? That sounds like a plant. Probably them frozen ones from fucking Burkotts, huh? If you can't eat a taco in 2 bites, you're not doing it right. And if you can't roll up a corn shell, you don't know what I'm talking about. Let me rephrase that. If you can't roll a corn tortilla, you don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm cutting out again. Oh my God, I'm cutting out again. I don't use ground beef in tacos. No, sir. That's not allowed in Mexico and it ain't allowed in my house. It's a quick way of making a taco, though. You can season it right, though. Soak some peppers and put the juice in with the burger. Then you're looking at a better burger for tacos. But I don't use ground beef for tacos. To make good tacos, it's an all-day process. Just like when I make tamales, it's an all-day process. And if I make them, I'm gonna have the press out, make my own. Oh, that's not tamales. That's taco shells or not shells, but the corn tortillas. I hand press my own tortillas. But if I make tacos, it's not with ground beef. It's an all-day process, and I make them with the peppers, boil the peppers, and incorporate that into the meat just like the Mexicans do. And then when I make tortillas, the masa is spread with a spatula if I'm doing more than a couple dozen with a putty knife. Like a troll, a floor troll. That's the way to go with masa. And them corn husks. Just one swipe and you're across. Taco pica hot sauce. I haven't seen that in a long time. I just mainly use tapatio. I got a taste over the years for Tapadio. I was turned on to it, and I've loved it ever since. Pico Paca. I'm going to work on going to bed here in a second. But other than that, I got a knife mod I got to do for a fellow. Big Jim, Barlow Jim. Hey, y'all, if you hear me, go write this down and go sub the Barlow Brigade. I want to get him to 1,000 subs. Wonderful, wonderful man. Homemade menudo. I got all kinds of poblanos I grow in the garden. It's 5:53 here and the sun's coming up, so I need to get to bed. With pig's feet, you know, it ain't nothing go to waste on a pig to a Mexican. No, sir. And I love making tacos out of beef tongue. In fact, it's one of my favorite meats to use for tacos. It's a tender cut. It's just like a roast. It's awesome, and it tastes like roast. You just gotta boil it and separate the membrane and know how to do it. Academy, where's that at, Victor? You, you come on my lives this coming Sunday, man. You're in, brother. You served your time on my page to be in my drawings now. I want to get you something, bud. You too, Pernell. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here, guys. All right, it's getting late now, and I might get some shut eye next 10, 15 minutes before the sun comes up. Where, when? Yeah, where at, Vic? I'm there. Academy Sports. I've heard of that place, but I don't remember where it's at. That name does ring a bell. Academy Sports and Outdoors. See you too, Parnell. Thanks, bud, for being a great supporter and great sub. All right, guys. We'll talk to you, man. Peace. Take care. Stay sharp.